All right. We are live. All right. So this is the stuff we worked on yesterday. We got way more events now. that took a long time to query, especially on a local machine. So yeah, if we go back to keywords, 21,000 events. Oh wait, that was for cheese, right? So yeah, I'm curious how long this one takes to fetch. Ooh. That's a lot of junk. Yeah, someone gifted you a sub. Yeah, I don't know if they're here right now, but dude, yeah, like none of it's ever expected. It's really appreciated, of course, but like, yeah, don't ever feel bad about not subbing. Like, yeah, when I'm in between jobs, I unsub from basically everyone. You know, just kind of got to do it. It's fine. All right, so let's go back to the cheese page. I was just curious how long it would take to load 21,000 events. We need to get pagination going properly. Ooh, because that even takes a bit. Yeah. But here's the thing. We're going to need to just go to keywords and delete those keywords anyway. All right, let the database clear all that out. And in the meantime, yeah, we might as well kill the server because it's going to change, right? We're going to listen to a different firehose, right? They really need to format this. If it were open source, I'd help them out. All right, so let's shift the front end. And yeah, for people joining from YouTube, basically, you know, if you end up watching the VOD or anything, we discovered that Graze.social has another like Jetstream or TurboStream or a thing that wraps the firehose to make it easier to consume, right? The Jetstream already reduces the amount of junk from the firehose by about 99%. The TurboStream adds a bunch of that junk back on, but it ends up being data that we needed, you know? So we need to end up getting user data and some other things without necessarily having to listen to every single event from the firehose and without having to do extra API calls. So yeah, pretty cool. Right? Contains full profile info, reply chains, and embedded content, which is cool. So that means we'll be able to record even more like info that we could maybe fill out the events page with. But the part we care about is, yeah, we need to change how we're doing our firehose listening. Pretty sure we still need to decode it. And yeah, text there is going to be different. And yeah, we'll just switch back at some point. So, I think that part's fine. I don't know if we can even do the subscribe thing. So we'll just leave it. So then as we start listening, let's look at some of the stuff they're doing, right? We see message, which comes back on the top level. Ooh, and each message is actually an array of up to 100 things. Each frame is an array of messages. I know, right? We do got a bunch of nested loops here. There's not much way of fixing that. And yeah, the cyclomatic complexity of this, or the nested depth, is not ideal. One second. Sorry, I just got to reply to something. I want to pass on some of this info. Uh, I want to double check something. Is it just Melky, or is it Melky Dev? Yeah, Stafford, it is good. Uh, yeah, so I just needed that link to pass that on. And it is, yeah, smoothmedia.co. Cool. Yeah, really cool. Okay. Favorite ramen brand? So I don't typically eat homemade ramen, actually. Like, I eat ramen out at restaurants. You know, for homemade ramen, doesn't really matter, right? Um, I guess the noodles matter a bit, but as far as broth, like if I'm doing homemade ramen, I actually do just like chicken broth, and then I add like flavoring to it, like some miso and some other stuff. But yeah, I do like my own homemade ramen, but it's like from a can, like the broth and all that. Like I'm not gonna boil down pork bones for a week, you know, or whatever, however long it takes. Okay, so the blue one here needs that, and there we go. And yeah, so the nesting level of this is gross. We should fix that here eventually. Each message is then, we're going to have text is equal to, and it's going to be message. Okay, so the Jetstream message makes it into there. All right, we'll label the text just to be sure. But we end up needing some other things, but we don't necessarily need them at this level. I don't know. How about you? Do you have a favorite ramen brand? How about that? And yeah, the music is chill. Let me put on. Yeah, we just heard that album actually. Don't need to hear it twice. Let's listen to a little bit of Yin Yin. Ooh, and hold on. Yeah, you got to see the video for this. The bassist he's just vibing so hard. Okay, so you know Yin Yin? Yeah, they're good. Dude, check out how much the bassist is vibing in this song. Or like in this like concert series or whatever. He's vibing. I didn't notice the percussionist is totally playing a coconut. And he's doing it for what sounds like a horse riding. Where'd you get the coconut? I found it. You found it in England. That just brought a nice little tear to my eye. Wooden ships. Oh, but okay, with the JI in there. Okay, and then Allah Allahs. I don't know them. Okay. Wooden ships sounds really cool to me because that's one it's one of my favorite Crosby, Stills and Nash songs. Right? Before fucking Neil Young. Ugh. But yeah, no, Wooden Ships is an amazing Crosby, Stills and Nash song. Okay, so then decoded here, we would actually want Let's do... no, let's do this. We'll just call it raw. I don't like some of this naming, but it'll work. Actually, yeah, we'll move the raw up here. So we can just do this part. So what we need to start doing is logging the poster info. Trying to remember what other metadata we need. Basically, their image and their name. So it's going to be the user, and we don't know what that is. So what we'll do is we will log out the user. And we want to see what it is. So yeah, let's... Actually, this should be fine. Yeah. So if we start the server back up, oh, buddy. Oh. That's not even true. do you check if something is enumerable? Hmm. Well, let's give T3 chat a try then. Oh, that's kind of nifty. I don't know if we need the utility function. All right, so we'll just turn it into a list. Just in case it could be enumerable. Not implemented for type atom? So it doesn't seem like it's an atom to me. It seems like it's a strut. And here we see that it says an atom would just bring back a nil. Hmm. Right, we definitely need to decode it. The annoying part is it's not giving me a good line number. We're seeing like supervised. Oh, because it's inside of a task now. Hmm. All right, so yeah, we're definitely not making it inside of that loop, which means that it thinks it's an atom, but it shouldn't. All right, so that's not it either. Well, we gotta. Okay, so we do make it inside of the decoded loop now. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is getting us everything. Let me see if adding the collection is actually something that they're implementing here. Nope. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? So they're saying it's down at line 81. I'm doing well. Oh, but I want that like that. All right, so we see decoded. Let me stop logging that, just to be sure. Okay, so it seems like that never succeeds in the place where we're doing it. Okay. Oh, and yeah, that's my mistake. This needs to be label. So we're making it inside of the decoded loop, but we're just getting at URI here. But we're not seeing text get logged a single time. So message is not logged. I'm currently accessing a tuple. How do you see that? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah. No, no, okay. I get that. So if we look at their docs, which I'm not sure I trust, they're saying that it is, right? So usage, each message is a JSON array of enriched records. That actually seems totally false to me. Like, that seems totally false to me. I was just trying to coerce it into a list. List.wrap instead. So if it's not a list, yeah, let me look at this function then real quick. Oh, okay, that is way cleaner than what I'm doing. Yeah, okay, so let's get some synthwave going so I don't have to think about it. Yeah, list.wrap. I didn't know about that one. Thank you. And then, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so it was the way that I was determining if the thing was enumerable because technically a map is enumerable. So I was messing something up there. Okay, cool. Yeah, list.wrap. That's nice. I was going to end up writing my own version of that, basically. That's way better. No matter what, it'll return an empty list too. Yeah, that's clean. Cool. What noises? Yeah, I could see how that would be a little odd. I know, right, Brainless? Yeah. Okay, so then message. Yep, we don't need to log the whole thing. Well, actually, we will need to log the whole thing. We don't actually, because we got it here. We can actually know what we're looking up right now. So, hydrated metadata. We don't care about parent post. We don't care about the reply posts. We do care about the user. I don't think we care about associated, but we do care about avatar. And yeah, we'll do display name too. I don't think so. Like, we've never seen that happen. But yeah, maybe there's a better way. Like, would a map.get or a access or something be better? Get in from kernel. Well, I like that. So then I would just pass the array of the things. Okay. I would have. Well, I mean, message probably there doesn't need to be done, but we do want to do it here. It is a WebSocket connection, yes. Okay. So we're checking for text being there. Oh, really? Okay. I think I forgot that. All right, so then avatar is get in message user avatar, I believe. Yes. Um, but it's user, and then do we want display name or do we want handle? I think display name, right? All right, so avatar username. And yeah, message is like the raw data. Let's double check from the top of this, just to be sure. Yeah, some mentions I don't think we care about. I don't think we care about parent post or quote post or reply post. So then beyond that, it's just the user data. Yeah, I think it works. All right, so then keyword event content. This is where we're going to end up having username, and we're going to do user avatar. We'll consider the snippet still. Yeah, we'll call that good. All right, so we do need to roll back the database. Before we migrate, we want to update keyword event content, username, user avatar, and yeah, we'll let those be just long. And we want to maintain this as generic as possible, right? We don't need to care if it's coming from Blue Sky or not. Wait, what's a two-in? Is it a band? Oh, it's a shell history thing. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I mean, oh my Zish, or Zish itself, is pretty much good enough. I can just type what I need and autocomplete from, like, what I typed. So I don't mind typing up that much. I do kind of wish it would dedupe, which a two-in might do. So that would be kind of nice. But, yeah, this ends up being fine for me. You know, instead of having to, like, go up through your entire history, just type the part that you care about. So if I know it's, like, mix ecto, we can get only ecto stuff. Like, yeah, Zish kind of nails it. You'd prefer terminal history synced between terminal tabs? I believe Zish does that. Yeah, Mix totally does that. Or not Mix, Zish totally does that. All right, so we got that. We want to put it up on the uh, just up arrow. I think that part I don't remember. Looks like not. And, well, technically, a new tab would, right? Like, let's double check that. Yeah, a new tab totally does. It's just the older tabs have their own history. So that's why this one just has, like, the ones that I ran only in here. But a new tab has the history of everything. So, yeah, maybe not quite what you were looking for. But it's close. And I'm sure there's probably something you can do via Zish config. You might want to look into that. I don't know. Zish is really, really configurable. And Oh My Zish makes it even more. Okay, so now we can run our migration. Run our seed data, and then we can start the server. We're gonna have to log in again. Oh, hold on. I want to get rid of that log. And yeah, we still want to reduce the nesting levels, but we're not gonna do it right now. Wait, what did I just do? I broke it. How? What did I do? Oh, hold on. Line 87? Oh, yep. And yeah, this one should be another get in. And same with this. The username can't be blank, user avatar can't be blank. Why does it think they are? Shit. Okay, that's why. Oh, no, no. It is the message. Okay. And what's up, Wing Out? Pumping 9-inch nails today? No, this is just synthwave. Does this really sound like 9-inch nails to you? Maybe it started out that way or something. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. Shit. Okay. Hydrated metadata is the key. Yep. Yeah, so that one's always going to be that, but those look good now. No, I've never done any well, I tried server-side Swift ages ago. This is back when I was trying out new backends. So consider when I learned Rust, Elixir, and Go. I also started trying out Swift because it was the new hotness, from Apple, and I had already done a bunch of Objective-C, so I think it would have been somewhat familiar. But it was a little up in the air to me which things were available and weren't, like, from the ecosystem. So yeah, I found it a little confusing just trying to figure out what standard libraries and stuff there were. Now, technically, it would have just worked. It was just, there wasn't much documentation back then. I've heard Vapor's really good. Giannis, I forget his last name, is someone that we've seen here in stream a bunch, and he is really into Giannis Swift. He'll come up. I don't remember what his last name is. I'll recognize him if I see him though. I might be spelling his name wrong. Okay, so let's do this. Vapor Swift GitHub. And 1 second, Caspian. Yeah, that's a good question. I just wanted to see this real quick. Ah, I was spelling it wrong. Yes, right. It's Giannis, but it's spelled with a J, not an I. Yeah, so this dude, super cool. Orlandos is his last name. That was it. Um, yeah, if you're like really curious, I would assume that they got some kind of like Discord or something. But yeah, he wrote like Mongo Kitten, like the Mongo wrapper for Swift. Um, you saw he's contributed quite a bit to Vapor. Like, yeah, just really cool dude. And yeah, I even have like a good Swift like pin from him. Not this one. This is the honk one. But yeah, super cool dude. I'm stoked I got to meet him in person. And this is actually from GitHub Universe, I'm pretty sure. Like where I got to meet him in person. I've pronounced his name wrong so many times. Joannis is totally wrong. It's Giannis. But yeah, brain fart. Okay, so Caspian, how do I go about learning a language I haven't touched before? I build stuff. So for a bunch of languages recently, that was me building SDKs for my feature flag thing. Now I'm slacking. I haven't released enough. I haven't done enough work. But if we go look at the clients, right? Don't count anything with client dash in it because they're older. But I built SDKs in C#, Elixir, Go, JS, Kotlin, OCaml, PHP, Python, Rust, and Swift. And technically, the OCaml was a lot of help from Dylan Mulroy. But yeah, I'd say the Swift was pretty new to me. And Kotlin I had never written before either. But back in the day when I learned Rust, Go, and Elixir, I built this thing called Proficientim. And so technically, this started out as a React app. And then for like the Angular hack day when Angular 2 first came out, I rebuilt the front end in Angular. But the back end, I can't remember if it was before or after Angular hack day, I rebuilt the back end. It was originally in Node.js. I then rebuilt it in Rust, Go, and Elixir just to try those out and see what I liked because those were like the hot new backend languages at the time. It's really nice when you find a project that checks a lot of the boxes for you. So for me, I needed to handle some JSON and XML from the two APIs I'm consuming. I also needed to, I needed to build a REST API. I needed to make whois lookups. So was there a library for it, or did I have to call out to the command line? I needed to cache the results from the APIs inside of Redis or some kind of store, just to make sure that I wasn't using up my rate limiting. It ends up, this checked a lot of boxes for me. I recommend finding a project that you can rebuild in any new language that checks those boxes. And the boxes will change depending on what the language does. How was the C#? It was good. I'd done a bunch of C# in college because I went to a community college here in Washington called Cascadia. And it's like 10 minutes away from Redmond. So yeah, there's a heavy C# bias in a lot of the class stuff. So I was somewhat familiar with C Sharp already. Not like .NET in a major way, but C Sharp itself, yes. So the syntax and, how arrays have to be like recreated to extend them beyond their length. That thing really annoyed me because I had started with JavaScript and PHP, and you can just append to an array, no problem. Can't do that in C Sharp, so I still had like some of that knowledge to be productive with it. I'm terrible with LINQ, though. So yeah, no worries, Caspian. Yeah, I think that is my favorite way of learning a new language. Just rebuild something you've already built. And the reason I like that is because you're no longer concentrating on the how. All you're concentrating on is you're not concentrating on the what, you're just concentrating on the how. Right? So it's no longer, well, what do I want to do for this app? Because you know the things that you need to do to recreate it. You just don't know how to do that with the new syntax and the new libraries and all that. So Crash My Bike, the big thing that is a problem with linked lists is because they are just randomly allocated on the heap, which means that they are all over the place in memory. So fetching those things individually from memory is actually way slower than fetching a contiguous array or a vector. So in many cases, I crashed my bike because memory is so much slower than CPU cycles these days, right? Like fetching from memory. You're actually better off grouping things together in memory and paying the cost of reallocating in a lot of cases. Yeah, I saw something where like one fetch from memory is like 200 something CPU cycles at this point. It used to be like a one-to-one map. And now, depending on your clock rate for your CPU and the mismatch between the RAM and the distance of time and all that stuff to get to it, yeah, you may be paying way more cost by using something like a linked list. Which was new to me. I didn't know that until just recently. SSDs are still slightly slower than RAM, if only due to the speed of light, because the SSD is almost always farther from the CPU than the RAM is. Right? We weren't even talking about storage light speed, but RAM is faster than than SSDs still. Yeah, exactly, Crash My Bike. Well, it's also that because the array is laid out linearly in RAM, it's able to be fetched linearly in a big chunk as well. If the memory is paged, what do you mean by that, wing out? You mean like paged to disk? Or do you mean like if you're no longer within L1, L2, L3 cache? No matter what, going out to RAM is still like going to disk doesn't even matter here. We're not even talking about disk. We're talking about stuff that's only in RAM. Even if it's just all in RAM, you're going to be paying more cost of fetching stuff from random parts within that RAM rather than just fetching from within a certain like chunk of that RAM. At least as far as I understand it. Like in general, with a linked list, you don't have all of those memory addresses. You have to iterate them to get them. So you're not even getting like all this stuff at once, whereas the array is in RAM, and you can just grab the entire array up to a certain size, right? So it's almost like an n+1 query problem when you start dealing with linked lists. Right? Like I wasn't talking about disk at all, right? We're only talking about fetching from RAM and how many times you're doing that round trip. When you have to go to disk, it becomes even slower. And I say disk, even though it's not necessarily a disk, it's a drive. You know, like a solid state drive, not a solid state disk. You still know what I mean, though, right? All right, cool. So now we are running the server just fine. We don't need to log a bunch of junk. Stuff should be getting saved to memory, or not to memory, to the database. Let's refresh things. And yeah. Yep. So what we end up seeing is, yeah, the usernames come through. They are just varchars, which should be fine. Like, none of these platforms that we're referencing really have longer content than that. We may want to get LinkedIn in there. So content may end up being a text field rather than just a varchar field. How do we do? Yeah, so hold on. Before we get too much deeper in. Oh no. All right, so we do still have some issues there. Oh, so some users might not have an avatar. Ooh, okay. So we could have avatar be a fallback. So we don't need to make that one required. Let's fix that before I forget about it. Right, user name's going to have to be there. But user avatar could be undefined. I'm okay with that. But, yeah, how do we do that data type? So, ecto data types. How do we do something bigger than a varchar? Hey, what's up, Dr. Drero? Been a little bit. How you doing? Is it in the migration? Yeah. Okay, so we just call it text. but it'd still just be string there. Okay. So before we get too deep, we roll back all, because we don't care about keeping all that data. And then here, content is text. Now hold on. How long is that? Do we think that'll ever... Do we think it'll ever be longer than 255 characters? We're at 135. It'd have to get way longer. I don't think we'll end up having that as a problem. And yeah, Kinslayer, how you doing? So you've been slacking on the Twitch while focusing on work, but you love to lurk around? I'm doing well. Yeah, just chilling, Dr. Draro, for sure. All right, so then from here, run that migration and run our seed value and start the server back up. Ooh, keyword ID is a problem though. All right, so content's a text field. Oh, and we're hard coding that. Oh. Wait, username is false? Interesting. Let me get another album going. I think we've heard this one in a little bit. All right, so if username doesn't exist, we want to log that. Avatar, we can just chill on. And then, yeah, content, that is totally broken. And keyword event .id here is no good. All right, so avatar can be nil. Okay, so it's going to be that or handle. Can I just do or? Okay, and then let's look at what this other error is. Keyword event .id. Looks right to me, but oh, yeah, we're not casting it. Yep. What's up, Standard? How you doing? All right, so I'm wondering if the casting here is actually not necessary. It does seem like it is needed. You're taking the day off? Nice. So what is that error that we just got? I'm misunderstanding this. So foreign key constraint on your change set. Hold on. How am I doing this here? All right, so we definitely have keyword ID in there. Keyword ID, keyword ID. Yes, that needs to be there. I think what it's saying is that the value we're passing is no good. Ah, that's it. Wait, no. So keyword ID there, keyword event ID here. No, that actually seems right. Oh, and that should be dot. All right, so we do get the ID. Change set has not defined any constraint. I don't see what's going wrong there. Let me double check the migration again. That was it. Well, hold on. We got to roll it back again. That was it. That was it. Yep. All right, so that part's good now. Okay, cool. So yeah, we got all the fields that we care about. Yeah, we're going to call that good. We can restart the server. Now we can go get logged in. And we actually have all the data we need to start populating the UI a bit better. Oh, hold on. Username can't be blank. So we're still messing something up here. I'm guessing the or doesn't work the way it does in TypeScript. Hmm. Okay, so display name comes back as an empty string sometimes. Hmm. Should we just use handle instead? Maybe we want to do both? Yeah, maybe both make sense. I kind of like that. Yeah. So if we think future-proofing wise, are there any places where we'd have one but not the other? And for now, we're just going to concentrate on blue sky. We can cross those other bridges later, right? Right, like Reddit though. Let me double check Reddit. Sure. Like, is it ever possible? Ooh, poachers at Alta. Nice. Kind of weak. Kind of weak. If you're gonna poach Alta, do it right. Yeah, is there ever a time when someone's handle on Reddit is different? don't even see a way to, like, you can edit your avatar. No, I don't want to shop. Hell no. Oh, yeah, that tweet went big. That was nice. Yeah, I don't see any way of editing this other... Okay, here we go. Settings. Display name. Oh! Okay, so you can change your display name. Okay. So yeah, I would say display name and handle. I think those are even applicable over on LinkedIn. Like, is there a single platform where we can think of those things being different? And I don't know if it matters, right? We can just fill them in. And maybe we even want to handle an empty string value? Like, just allow the empty string or nil for either one. Fall back on the front end. Yeah. I do think we want to record both. Let me go use the restroom real quick, though. I'll be right back. Boy, I gotta pee. And yeah, so 4 o'clock on a Friday is basically the end of the day, isn't it? I think we could pace ourselves on one of these. Gonna hold ourselves hard and fast to the 1 per hour rule. Usually takes about a half hour to finish one. Then we just chill without having one for a half hour. I like that idea. If I go beyond 1 per hour, that's when we get a little too loosey-goosey. I'm going to forbid myself from ever ordering a double again. Because those are when I get myself in the most trouble. So, no more doubles. I don't do shots anyway, so that's easy. Favorite beer? Red Chair by Deschutes Brewery. It's a Northwest Pale Ale. It's really close to an IPA. It's a seasonal beer, so yeah, it's probably like towards the end of the season. It's like a winter-only beer. Other than that, I like IPAs, so I don't know. Stoop has a good one. Um, If you're trying to like really like send it, Elysian's Space Dust is really, it's a great beer, but it's super strong. Pyramid has their like Imperial IPA, which is pretty solid. I forget the name of it. That one's super strong too, though. Like the super strong ones I used to go drink when I was golfing, like down at Mount Hood, etc. For the most part, like I have to drink stronger beers just because for the longest time I didn't know how to burp. I know that sounds weird, but I didn't know how to burp because I didn't drink much. And it would work itself up in a really gnarly way. So the more like I could get in me before I started feeling like bloated, the better. Like the more alcohol itself. I know it's a weird thing, but now I can burp. I don't like lager. And like weak beers just give me a headache before I even start feeling anything. Like Pabst or any of that junk, like nah, I can't drink the water beers. I remember one specific time where someone like offered to buy me beer and I don't think they had IPAs or anything. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." He's like, "If I bought you a Pabst, you wouldn't drink it?" And I was like, "All right, I guess I'll drink it." So I'm drinking this Pabst and like halfway through it I'm like, "Yeah, I should have just said no." I should have just said no. What am I even doing? Yeah, I don't like the water beers. But yeah, cheers everyone. Happy Friday. Bink. Um I don't remember what classifies it as a sour. This is a whiskey lemonade. I think the official name is like a Lynchburg lemonade, but it's a CM Griffing lemonade now. We own it. It's ours now. We have appropriated it. Yeah, I forget what classifies as a whiskey sour. Let me double check that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Definitely not a whiskey sour. So, lemon juice, simple syrup? Hell no. But then that's also like egg white on top too, right? Like I'm not doing that either. But yeah, the simple syrup's too much. Well, I guess it's very similar though, right? Like lemonade mix is pretty mellow. All right, so what's the difference between a whiskey sour and lemonade or Lynchburg lemonade? Oh, Lynchburg lemonade is specifically with Jack Daniels. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. Oh, and you got to do sour mix or sorry, triple sec in it. Oh, and Lynchburg lemonade is actually carbonated with the lemon lime soda. Okay. Yeah, no worries, wing out. So yeah, I guess this is closer to a whiskey sour than a Lynchburg lemonade. I didn't know that. All right, good call, good catch. Never been to a bar that does the egg. Yeah, typically to get the egg, you got to go to a bar where the bartender has like a handlebar mustache or suspenders. If you walk in and see either one of those things or both, then you know you're getting you know, you're getting one with the egg stuff. You better specifically ask for no egg. Here in Seattle, we do have some speakeasies, though they're not really speakeasies, right? Like, they fully have their liquor license. They tend to just have like a back room kind of thing. So I've been to a couple speakeasies here in Seattle. The one that I'm thinking of totally had the dude with the handlebar mustache and the suspenders, right? They had like an upstairs that I don't remember if we'd gone up to that before. But then there was another that was like it was a shoe store in front, and then you go through this door to the back, and that's where like the bar is. So yeah, those are always kind of fun. And I haven't been to one where it's like a lock-in, where like after 2 a.m. they just don't let people in. Because that's kind of how they get around like the 2 a.m. serving limit. I know they do it here in Seattle. I've only done well, actually, I've been to one by accident. It was an industry bar. They're no longer in business, so I'm thinking they probably got shut down. But yeah, I remember going there because they had an amazing like candied pork belly. Oh, yeah, that shit was good. So I was, ate the pork belly. I'd wait a little bit till I was hungry again, eat a pork belly again, right? I was just drinking there, hanging out. And then all of a sudden, I'm like looking around. It's like 3 a.m. and they're still serving, but it's all like industry people. And they thought I was industry, which is the funny part. Because I used to work industry. But yeah, that's always funny. Worth trying to commute to Bellevue for work. I'd say it's totally doable. It'll be especially more doable once the light rail is connected to Seattle. But I would say living in Seattle is definitely better than living in Bellevue. If you're looking for, I mean, when we talk about nightlife in Seattle, there's barely any. Like most things close down early and then you just got bars. Most restaurants are done by 10. Like that's it. As far as late night food goes, it's very rare. They do exist, but they are rare. Um, right? If you like, concert venues and things like that, yeah, Seattle's better. It just depends. But yeah, worth trying to commute to Bellevue for work. It does depend. Like, do you have a car? If so, that's not bad. If you have to do the bus, that can be a little shitty. I think it's a little nicer going from Seattle to Bellevue than it would be from Bellevue to Seattle. But yeah, I don't know. Just I live in Redmond, so like I'm over on the east side too. I only make it into the city a couple times a month. It's been a little more frequent lately, like concerts and things like that. Yeah, I don't know. I would actually consider moving to Seattle at some point, but I'm also considering like buying something at some point, and I don't think I can afford anything in Seattle. But okay, so back to what we're doing here. I like the idea of doing the handle as well as the name. So we roll back all. We're going to add handle as another prop. And it'll be user handle. Content and link are required. User avatar and user handle and username are not required. But yeah, did I answer your question there, Zep? Just want to make sure. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll stop logging all of that. I don't know, Mikris. I think that's tougher. I think, yeah, like fitness, nutrition, like random stuff, I think makes a lot of sense, especially if you're following like other fitness influencers and stuff like that. You can quote tweet their content or just retweet it. There's value in that, but also like as original content. Yeah, I don't know, like whatever your app does, make yourself an expert on it. And then you can also do stuff like maybe from your personal account, tweet about building it, and then just retweet it from your app account or something. Or maybe just tag your app or whatever. I'm not the expert for that stuff, but I think there is value. But I would definitely say, like, yeah, like Google ads are not the move. You'd probably get better value from something like Reddit ads, especially if you can like select the subreddits that you want to advertise on. I've never tried Reddit ads, so I don't know for sure. You may also consider any money you would have spent on Google ads as simply like you do some influencer stuff. So pay an influencer to say, this video is brought to you by blah, blah, blah. They talk about it for 30 seconds and then you're done. You can be a person building it who's not necessarily the app, right? Like it depends on how you want to present yourself if you're doing your personal account and how you built it and some of that stuff. I don't know. That part's tougher. That one's totally up to you. Um, One second. Let me just do one quick work thing. Am I logged in there? No, I got to do it from my personal. There we go. Give yourself 10,000 credits? Sure. Does it actually mean anything? All right, so those values can be null. All right, so then in the back end, hold on, one more thing, quick work stuff. Mikris, are you sure you didn't hear about Vappy from this stream? Okay, yes, I've used Vappy. We used to do it for our announcement bot. I'd be curious. Hold on. Yeah, so, yep. It was before you created this new account. Maybe on. Yeah, maybe. Fridays, eh? Yeah, exactly. Damn, we polished that one off quick. All right, so we'll wait on another. Oh, hold on. Before it even becomes a problem, let me double check that my fan on my camera is still in place. It is, but it looks like it's about to fall. Okay. Just gotta double check that before the camera resets. I mean, Owen, that one's tough. Honestly, you don't need to defend it right now, Mikris. But yeah, all right. AI features, cool. All right. So then, yes, in this show, we get the keyword event, and this is actually the point at which, yeah. All right. So after getting all of that data into the back end, we need to actually do this part. So this is going to be get full keyword event. Nope. All right, so we're going to call that show full, and then show full doesn't exist because we got to make that. But it's not going to be data. It's going to be just this stuff. So it's going to be all of that. Plus, yeah, we'll call that good. Oh, God. Not that. All right, so the next bit, right? We've got the renderer, the controller content. The controller actually is a little wrong here. So get full keyword event is going to require org ID, and we can do ID. Yeah, so then this part is just... Well, 1 second. I have heard of daily.dev. It's just another one of those like news aggregator kind of sites, kind of like Hacker Noon and Hashnode and a bunch of those others, right? Eventually, one of the tools I want to build here on stream is a mass publisher tool. And that might even be something someone like, people are willing to pay for. I don't know about that one. Bare minimum, I'll build it for myself, and like as a new article is published to my blog, I want to start like aggregating it out to all those like sites. So daily.dev, Hashnode, Hacker Noon, and I don't know, wherever else they would let me. Yeah, the good idea part. Yeah. KFC is actually all right. I've had better. But yeah, what's up, Seven Deadly Seas? How you doing? I've still never had Chick-fil-A. That's a conscious decision at this point. And also, I make pretty damn good fried chicken myself. And what's up, Java Grunt? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, been a little bit. Good to see you. Happy Friday. Five Guys? I've never had Five Guys either. Yeah, they make up for it with the fries, don't they? But yeah, I like my own fried chicken more than I like a lot of other places' fried chicken. I also do like beer battered fish and chips better than like a lot of other places as well. Burgers are just so easy to make yourself. It's probably not even worth it. Do I like the dishes after though? I mean, for fried chicken, the dishes are pretty easy. It's just like two bowls, right? You get your flour mixture, you get your dredge, boom, boom, done. And then you just soak the right. You dump the flour mixture and then soak it for the stuff that got caked on the sides. You dump the dredge and then rinse the bowl. Like, yeah, fried chicken's actually pretty easy. It's a little wasteful on the flour, but other than that, like, yeah, not a big deal. Yeah, supporting locals usually better anyway, for sure. Yeah, I tend to prefer getting like takeout for things that I can't make at home. Like I can't do a good sushi at home, right? I can't do a solid like ramen at home. I've tried it. It's just the way I do it isn't good enough. It's nothing like a really solid bone broth, right? Like making the shashu is really annoying. I know of Timo. I've never used it. I did just order some stuff off of Alibaba or AliExpress technically. I've got a goofy like button up t-shirt for Cinco de Mayo on the way. Hopefully it gets here in time. I also ordered some like I don't know, some like cheap but cool looking watches because Jay Hay on Twitter sniped me with it. There you go. That's a solid joke, Nicholas. Yeah, I like that one. You've had 100% success with AliExpress? Nice. Yeah, this is my first time actually ordering from it. I've considered a bunch of times, I just haven't done it. Hold on, let me see. No, no, no. These are like $20 watches. Maybe 30. Yeah, that's the one. Uh Not the gold version. Let me paste the link to it. Jay Hay has like this exact watch, and oh god. Here we go. Get rid of that bullshit. It's kind of a cool looking watch. So yeah, for 30 bucks, sure. I think I got the black one. Maybe one of the silver ones? I don't remember. Yeah, a black one and a silver one. I know, it's like, it's just so goofy. It's just so goofy. Like, I really like it, actually. And then, hold on, let me see. Yes. Oh, what? Damn it. All right, so I can't get the image here. Maybe I can just copy and paste the image. Uh, There we go. Copy image URL. So I got this hoodie, or not hoodie, sorry, this t-shirt, like that button up on the way for Cinco de Mayo. I know it's a Dia de los Muertos shirt, but whatever. I got some other goofy like button ups on the way as well. I wanted some good like goofy stuff for stream, but still like thin and breathable. Like these hoodies are gonna suck during the summer because they just don't breathe. And I don't have a new AC unit yet, so I gotta really think about that one. But okay, hold on. 1 second. Something about Tulsa? You applied this move to Tulsa, Oklahoma as they're trying to build their tech industry. Keep your job you have, work remote as they want more remote workers. Pay you 10K in housing. You got it, but nah, screw Oklahoma. Yeah, I would find it really rough to live in Oklahoma. You don't think that watch is on brand? Why isn't the watch on brand? Right? Not the gold one, right? The black one. Yeah, that shirt's gonna be solid. Yeah, gold watch? Hell no. I got the silver one as well. I got both of them for $40, so I got them for 20 bucks each. So that was totally worth it for me. At 30, I would have questioned it. I would have only gotten one of them. But yeah, the black one and the silver one. I don't know, silver I'll do at like, if I ever go to React Miami, the silver one fits right in. I should probably get the gold one for React Miami. But no. No thanks. Anyway, let's make this endpoint. Let's do this part. Yeah, I can get the gold one eventually, right? React Miami just happened, so I won't be going until next year. But yeah, like gold in general just isn't my brand. Hell, even a watch isn't really my brand. All right, so that's list keyword events. Get full keyword event. Let's see, will it one-shot it? No? It was close. I think it might have nailed it. I think it might have nailed it. All right, so we got to relog in. All right, we don't have the pagination in yet. We'll have to do pagination here in a minute. All right. So what I want to do, before we even get any deeper on the front end, let's actually build out some of this controller stuff. Okay, so snippet. That part is wrong though, but we do want posted at there. Let me double check this. So we get to the bottom here. Yeah, right. Okay. So technically for response, we don't have parameters because it's not a request. Yeah. All right, so that looks okay to me. All right, so then... Nope. All right, so keyword event response comes back from create. Yes. The list is list keyword events response. That. And a wrapper around it. All right. Yep, I think we'll call that good. So now we need to generate the SDK again. And then on the front end, we can actually type this a bit better because I think we're doing any somewhere. Okay, cool. So now that we do that, we've got this endpoint, we've got that, we're typing all of that. Perfect. Use proper type is now done. We can go to events here. Oh. Okay, so now we end up wanting to do a fetch, and we've got event contents map. And maybe instead of event contents map, it's full events map. Fully events. Did we really do that? Yeah, we did. Fully, man. Fully. Okay, so now that we got the full event as a type, some of this stuff should be way easier. But what we want to do is we've got on show contents. Let me get another album going. It's a short one, but it'll be a good one. So then, yeah, on show content. This is where we want to do. Hold on. All right, so we do event ID there. And then at the top level here, we simply want to attach this. This is event ID. If we don't have it, then we want to do this. And it's not going to be contents. Get keyword event. Oh, and actually, we didn't need to pass event ID back up because it's passed in there. Okay, so then, right, we got event.snippet, event.posted at. Hold on, and we called this full event. So that's a code biscuit. And that is our HTML biscuits kicking in. So HTML biscuits basically just annotate the start and end of a block. Similar to what the spiciness is doing, but the spiciness bails out on JSX because of a bug. No, I don't use Svelte. Like, I don't use any of the niche frameworks because I need libraries. I don't want to build libraries from scratch. I don't care how good the rendering performance is. I just don't give a shit. The rendering performance is not the thing that gets in the way of my productivity. A lack of an ecosystem of libraries does. Some people like building all of their libraries homegrown from scratch, farm to table, hipster wise, right? Not for me. No, thank you. I want libraries like Neobrutalism. And we ran into that while using Svelte, or not Svelte, Solid for the Solid JS hackathon. The component library was lacking pretty heavily. And yeah, it meant we had to build some stuff from scratch. It meant we had to do whatever. And that's fine. And I don't mind contributing when it's kind of a fun thing. But yeah, ecosystem is a major consideration. You know, like I don't even prefer React over other frameworks. I really like a lot of the stuff that Angular does. But at the end of the day, libraries just aren't made for it. So if I'm building out a side project, I'm going to go for the thing with libraries. Now, if I'm working at a company and we have major reasons for picking a framework that isn't React, then we'll do it. Like, I just don't care. Did React Compiler improve React's perf? React Compiler is only just a release candidate right now. It's been beta for a while. I was just talking with Melky yesterday, and Melky pointed out that he couldn't use the latest version of React because it broke with a library he was using. And at that point, like, it was getting in the way of his productivity. So it's very important. Like, I think it's smart. Yeah. I want more control. No, I don't care about the control. I just want more stuff I can use, and I don't care if I control it. I think you completely misunderstood what I meant, Delta. If I wanted more control, I'd build things from scratch. I don't care about control. Most people who say that, you know, framework component or like component libraries are not customizable are just really bad at CSS in a lot of cases. But the React compiler will solve some problems. I think in many cases, it'll just optimize away the need to do, use callback and use memo. I pretty much never use either of those. I consider them a premature optimization. The overhead of a use callback is often more cost than just creating the function from scratch on every render. In general, you shouldn't optimize something unless you know you have a bottleneck. Optimizing things prematurely is the root of all evil, and that's a very famous quote, programming-wise. Yeah. If you don't know you need to optimize it, then you don't need to optimize it. There are edge cases to that, for sure. Right? It's not a 100% rule because most of these things are guidelines. So as an example, one of the things I have optimized ahead of time is this events map. Could I have put it into a list or an array and then just done a find for the element? Yeah, maybe. But I've run into too many of these becoming a problem in the past where, yeah, doing a one-to-one lookup when you potentially have 50 to 100 things as you start showing them and all that, yeah, that one-to-one lookup is going to be important. This is one of the few cases where I absolutely will optimize ahead of time in almost every case. But I say almost every case, if I know the list is never going to go bigger than 10, now you can just do a find and it's okay. But as users start clicking through our UI, they could easily get to a much larger list than 10, and then it becomes an issue. So Mikris, you need to find whatever number you care about. For me, it's whenever the list is going to be larger than 10. Right? Just think about big O notation. 1-to-1 or O of 1 is way faster than O of n. Yours is 1,000? It depends. Like, if it's something you're doing when you're clicking an item, like, if it happens on every render, that's a major performance bottleneck. If it happens when you click a list, that's a performance bottleneck. I've run into that exact problem before, right? Maybe you've heard me tell this story, but yeah, I worked on a thing where there was a side menu where you had, like, nested things nested within each other, and you'd click one and it would then show the 10 that were underneath it. Then you'd click one of those and it'd show maybe the 10 that were underneath it. And the entire list was maybe 1,000 things total at varying levels of nestedness. Maintaining which thing was open and which things should be showing, the original developer did as a recursive algorithm. And it worked great when there was 100 items. The moment it became 1,000 items, you would click and you'd wait a couple seconds for it to calculate all that stuff. Anytime you did anything else, even related to that, if you were changing something above it, yeah, you're changing the whole tree and it's going to re-render the whole thing. Like, it became very heavy. My fix? Maps. 1-to-1 lookups. Super easy, actually. Now, you still had to, like, loop over the things that were the children and then set them in the map. Sure, that's easy. So I would still have to loop over however many children there might be, but I'm not looping over every single item in this tree of 1,000. And that's what the recursive algorithm was doing. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Elfman. Yeah, 100%. But at the end of the day, if it was all loops, it would have been the same problem. Right? In this case, it wasn't the recursion. It was iterating over everything every single time. That was the problem. Whether it was a while loop or a for loop or recursion, it was the amount of things happening on the interaction and on render. So yeah, I don't know. Right? Recursion is elegant, but no, instead the map and making it a one-to-one lookup was the important thing, right? So it wasn't necessarily recursion versus anything. It was iterating all of the things versus iterating only what you needed to. Space Case, I'm literally just now talking about that. No, you don't need recursion. What I described just now is basically a file tree, right? Showing which directory is expanded versus not expanded. You don't need recursion for that. And yeah, I mean, one thing to remember is anything you can do with recursion, you can do with a loop as well. Takes a while to wrap your brain around it, maybe. But yes, anything you can do with recursion, you can do with standard while loops. I think a lot of people forget that. You can totally do that with a while loop, Space Case. 100%. Pushing and popping from your working array. Yeah. Yeah, loops and stacks. Totally doable. It's not that bad. Now, that's just a preference thing at that point. If you're going to do it with recursion, you better have a bunch of RAM. With the loop, you can actually control the amount of RAM a little better. With recursion, the entire thing has to unwrap before you can free any of that stuff. So I don't know. Just keep in mind, pain is relative. I have a 2-year degree from a community college. I didn't learn most of this stuff from that community college degree. I've learned most of this stuff just by talking with devs and working and making stuff. Yeah, it's definitely just a preference thing, and that's okay. There are some algorithms that, like, the code that you'd have to write is way simpler. But that's maybe optimizing for the wrong thing, depending on if you're looking for performance. It just depends on the case, though. So, just like we're talking about premature optimization, avoiding recursion just simply because you want to limit the amount of the call stack might not be necessary for a simple enough problem, and the code might be simpler to understand. I will admit, yeah, pushing and popping from the stack is more cognitive overhead to think about for a lot of people. But it really just depends. I had an interview at Mixer, which I've talked about a bunch. I talked about the dude that owned it and like his car thing, but I rarely talk about the other interview part of the process where they wanted me to implement basically the like find emotes within a string of text and replace them with the emote that it matches to, right? Which we've done with our chat overlay already, right? Like, I hadn't done that yet, but during the interview, that was the task, and they had their tests set up for it and all that stuff. And I'm just sitting there chatting with them like I chat with you guys, like, but I'm like actually hammering out the code while we're chatting and hanging out. I go to run it. Oh, I forgot the zero case. I solve the zero case or the empty list case or whatever, right? The empty string. And then boom, all the tests pass. And he's just like, wait, what? Because I don't know, like to him, we were just bullshitting. We were just hanging out, chatting. He thought I was like avoiding doing the problem or something, I bet. But no, like I can just work and chat. And this is before I even streamed. But I ended up doing it with a loop when a lot of the team preferred recursion. So I think that's also why he said, wait, what? Because their implementation was recursive. Mine was just looping. And it worked. So just kind of fun stuff. I always like those kind of like questions and comments. Ooh, cool. An exFAT volume reader. Nice. Oh, I have no idea, Space Case. I don't know. Like, technically, that's abstracted away from you because you only deal with the callback. So it doesn't matter at that point, right? That's just an implementation detail you don't have to care about. It would be interesting to go read it. I'm pretty sure Go has all of that stuff open source. So you can go look. I'm pretty sure Rust has it too. But yeah, that's like the most prominent example I can think of. Space Case, like as a consumer, you don't have to care. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked. Again, it's just an implementation detail to me, and if I don't need to care, I don't look. That's the beauty of the callback abstraction. It's not your problem. The greatest camouflage known to man is the someone else's problem field. When something becomes someone else's problem, it's basically invisible. And yes, that's from Hitchhiker's Guide. I believe that's from Mostly Harmless. Also recursive? Yeah, makes sense. I would be willing to bet if you look at enough code bases that do enough heavy lifting in walking file systems, etc., you might see custom implementations just to keep memory footprint down though. Like I almost wonder if that would be the optimal solution for doing a similar thing on like an iOS device because of their strict memory cutoffs. Technically, you don't get direct file system access anyway, so that might not be an issue. But I'd be curious about Android at that point too. And I missed some follows. Sorry, Mohammed Guman, maybe, and Drakar Machina. Thank you for the follow. Really? Yeah, I guess I never ended up implementing anything with the file system on iOS. But I would be then curious about the memory overhead. I guess if you're only able to access the local user home path, it might not be a big enough like subset of the file system for it to matter. Yeah, iOS is all right. It's kind of fun. But let's get back to the part we're looking at here. I know what's going on here already. I believe it's I think it's been updated style-wise recently too. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I would say give it a search just to make sure. Right? Make sure like the feature you're looking for hasn't already been requested, and if it has, just give it a thumbs up. And I would say there's definitely no harm in using social media to draw more attention to a feature you really want. I'm not sure if the company would be stoked on me saying that, but I'm okay with it. Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Elfman. Nah, you're still gonna run into like the amount of RAM you're allowed to consume within like an amount of time. You're still gonna run into those like limits. Okay, so older devices, system would often kill an app if it tried to use more than half of the total RAM. Yep, I remember that. Now, with larger RAM capacities, it's more flexible, but the system still manages it to prevent consuming too much. Okay, so it has gotten a lot better. Good catch. Like way more loose than it used to be? Okay. Damn, Spiro is really full of himself. Jesus. Spiro is really full of himself. LinkedIn just gave me a notification for the evidence of his hubris. Oh, he's got some YouTube short. I don't know. It's not even worth bringing up any further. I shouldn't have even mentioned it. Let me get more music going, though. All right, so yeah, maybe. I don't think that feature existed when I built it, and there's nothing I can do about it now, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so the issue is over here in 157. Nope, over here in 157. All right, so we're getting this error here because keyword event content schema is undefined, not available. Make sure it's been specified in full. Keyword event controller 79 is where we're doing that call. So that's where it starts out. We get into that. Yeah. I was in the wrong place where I did that other alias. There we go. Hey, all right. So we even get that. Nice. Cool. All right. So then this part, what we'll do is we'll say author. Do we need the word author there? And what we want to do here then, we're going to do this as div. Then otherwise, we'll do this. All right, so then instead of that, we're going to have, let's go to loose side. All right, which one do we want? Anyone got a preference? You like round? Sure. All right, so I messed that up. We want that there. I don't know if we even need the posted at. That is a long time. Hell yeah, guys. Yeah, what you been up to? Okay, so you're flying in Spain at the moment, getting your commercial license. Left the military last year. Not enjoying Spain though. You're British. Okay, I'm curious. What don't you like about Spain? Without getting political or anything. Do you just not like tapas? That's an IT crowd reference. It's tapas. Ah, no, it's not. You're a tapas. Like, yeah, sorry. I love that IT crowd episode. Just your environment. Yeah, I could see that. I think you'll find people that just don't like people from another country in every country, you know? Not much you can do about that one. Ooh, cool. So it looks like, let me at least show this off. Algora just went open source. Come a long way. I feel like I had more viewers in 2020, but you know, is what it is. So yeah, pretty cool that they open sourced their bug bounty thing. Pretty cool of them. One thing that's also in their announcement is it looks like they've added contracting too. There's job postings, which is cool. But yeah, I guess you can add your hourly rate and availability on your dashboard in Algora, and they'll bring you contract offers. Could be cool. Could be really cool. And yeah, Permit. Permit's awesome. I remember looking at Permit previously. They're like another auth permissions application thing, right? Yeah, plug and play application level authorization solution. They're using Opal. Pretty nifty. I think it's purely software. But yeah, they do like bounties as well. So if you want to do some like bounties on the side, you totally can. All right, there's some like $5,000, $10,000. Yeah, yeah, good chunk of bounties up there. So no, this something out there for anyone who's trying to get experience as a dev. Maybe check these things out because this type of like open source contribution that you can get paid for is nice on a resume. All right, right, let's close a few of these tabs, I guess. All right. All right, we didn't get to close that many. I think there's definitely more we could do to make this look a bit prettier. What all do you think we should do to make this look better? Is that Danish? Makes sense. Yeah, hold on. What we're going to do is, yeah, I think some of these keywords are definitely getting things that are a little harsher than I want. There we go. Food. We already got 3. Hmm. Oh, all right. So we got a bug here. Yeah. It's all right. So it's the same content for all of them. That's a bug. But why? That's it. We wanted it to be event ID. So then, yeah, set full events map. We do the spread there. What it means is that we're not passing the right thing here. This would be event.id. Yeah, because that value was for the keyword, and the keyword was consistent for everything, so it's going to have that because we were setting it for that keyword, but it just didn't change from event to event. It's actually pretty straightforward. All right, so I think the word content can go away as well. So instead, yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll put another button next to this, and that'll be for visiting, right? We've got it as a link as well. I still want to figure out how to style this part better. Yeah, when I ask about, hey, what can we do to make it better, that's a perfect time to backseat. It's when I'm like in the middle of building it that I'm not sure. Like, that it's really not a great time. But I think we're fine right now. What I think I want to do here. All right, so Zero has a thing. Is anyone currently using the multi-tenant feature of Zero Cache? We built it for Dax, but he didn't end up using it, and it's getting in the way. We'd like to kill it. Oh, I think I messed that up. I don't want Justify Center. Or, no, I don't want Item Center. I think part of the issue here is that it's a little too wide. Format the date. Where, like, okay, so we can format the date, but where should it go? I don't know if I like the date being where it is. Like, maybe I don't need date here if I just keep it up at the top. And maybe I need to just make this go forward. Okay, yeah, I like the idea of muted for the handle. Thing is, there are going to be some users that don't have a name, though. And we actually have text muted foreground. Oh, you're saying for the date? Just below the handle, maybe? Maybe. So it's TypeScript on the front end, obviously, and then it's Elixir on the back end. And yeah, since we're on the front end stuff, let's shuffle the order of these screens. Yeah, now you know what I think I want to do? We're going to remove the date from here. And then the part where we're doing the collapsed, right? We'll leave the 7 minutes ago no matter what. And I think I just want to make this move to the right. All right, and before I get too deep, I want to do this button idea. I want to see how it looks. But instead of settings, hold on, we got to bring Lucide back up. What is, how do we like say it's like a new window? There's some icon for that, right? Makes sense, Mikris. Keep it easy, like try and stay on topic a bit. There are good moments for that kind of thing. Now's not necessarily the right time. Arrow. Right, we could do what they're doing and just do like the move up right. Or we could do external link. External link. Yeah. All right. So then something like this. Oh, that's right. We don't have the link. Yeah, we don't have the link until we fetch the contents because we don't want that on like the main table. Yes, we can't do that. Instead of making these things a row, maybe I just want to center it. Like I might want to put the handle and all that stuff above the message. That's what I'm saying, Spyrius. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, I'll put the handle thing, like the whole thing, right? Like the user part above the message, just like Blue Sky does, but it'll basically be like how every platform does it. So it's maybe the better way to go. And then maybe we just put like a reply button underneath it. Because yeah, it's a little wide right now, but like on mobile, yeah, we want to stack them anyway. Yeah, mobile's going to be tricky. Definitely something we want to handle though, right? We haven't done any of the mobile responsiveness stuff yet. And honestly, like the other pages have mobile issues too. Something we should solve for. Yeah, I like the idea of putting it stacked. So we'll do flex call there, and instead of a width here, oh, we wanted that row still. Well, wait, hold on. Did we? Yeah, we wanted that to be a row. This is going to be the call. All right, so we do something like that, and then I messed this up. And what's up, Childs? How you doing? What's up, Jamau? How you doing? I feel like that looks okay. Actually, wonder if we want to just remove the link on the outside and just make it like the reply button. So then this is as child, and this is a href target blank. I think it looks okay. I don't know. I feel weird about all the space on the sides. Let me go use the restroom real quick. We'll pour another whiskey because it's been an hour since the last one. I'm pacing myself well. Really proud of that today. I guess another thing, we kind of have this pattern of buttons within cards don't have the space, right? Like that shadow. Should I get rid of it here too? We go to keywords. No, we got it there. So we'll keep that consistent. Oh, we broke something there though. And it's because that. All right, we still made that mistake again. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll pour another beverage. And yeah, let's keep thinking about the style. Yeah, so I'm back. So one thing I want to do is give this a tooltip. That's a good easy win before we even worry about other stuff. Let me get more music going though first. Might need to look up what I'm doing wrong there. Must be used within a tooltip provider. Ooh, wrong place. Where else am I doing tooltips? Huh, I don't even remember where else I'm using a tooltip. Over in keywords. Okay, so I want to give it a border and that's about it. Maybe I just want to wrap it in a P tag instead. No, that's probably the right way to do it, Spyrius. I'm just going based off like the examples that neo-brutalism had. right? But here, I don't know. I think it's a little tricky. Yeah, I need to make it a P tag, and then that'll fix it. But yeah, honestly, I think that's just making it work. Instead, we could just move the provider up to the top. It's probably the right way to do it. I can see that, yeah, we've got provider in like 3 places. We should probably just put it at the top level. That's a good catch. I'm not sure it matters much. I think the only thing it would do is like maybe it's different based on if you put provider at the top level, can only one show at once? At which point, like, if I have it on a 0, I probably just... I don't know if it matters, actually. Yeah, because you're only going to show one at once anyway. Yeah, I don't think it matters. So I should probably put it at the top. But let me fix this other thing first. Hold on, I think I know what it is. Tooltip content is coming from the wrong place, I bet. Yep. That's coming from Radix. That would be why. There we go. Right, and you'll only ever show one anyway, so it doesn't matter. I know, right? Nailing it. See, I think I have some ideas about how I want to do the mobile responsiveness. One second. All right, double check in. Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm almost wondering if, and hold on, here's the thing, like we're zoomed in massively too. So at a 100% zoom, should I actually just kick these things to 50% width? Like even at like zoomed in, I still think we'd be better off making it 50% width. Yeah, I like that idea. So instead of full width, oh, this is gonna get weird as you like expand one versus the other. Hmm. It's called neo-brutalism. It's basically a wrapper around Shadcn. So then as we expand, what if we popped it up into a modal instead? Right? Instead of like the collapse hide, we just pop this out into a modal. Yeah, I feel like in this case a modal would be fine though, especially for mobile, as like you pop it out to a modal. Like we're doing modals a lot in this app. I think it's a simple enough app that it's fine. Like it doesn't justify its own page, you know? Yeah, because this looks weird having all this empty space here. But even if we didn't make this go full height, it would still be weird having a bunch of like empty space there, even if it's not this same color. Yeah. I think I want to commit what we've done so far. That way it's easy to undo as we need to. So we're going to close this. Don't save. I don't even know what that's there for. Yeah, what's up? Vulcan. Welcome. Hmm. All right, so this is a little annoying. Yeah. Yeah, so I work at Get Kraken. I don't know if you know that, Chicken Slayer. We have a brand new CLI tool, and like I'm running into some bug that I shouldn't be getting because I have a pro plan. I'm wondering if like the pro plan didn't get upgraded. Yeah, I normally use plain old Git as well. Like I'm mainly a CLI user for most Git operations. I use GitLens and VS Code all the time, right? Mainly just for like knowing what's changed and what hasn't. A bunch of that stuff. But our new CLI tool actually has like AI commit message generation and AI PR generation, which is really cool. But we're running into something with my entitlements. And I wonder if that's just like a data migration. So hold on, let me double check some of these. How do I airdrop? I'm trying to like airdrop this to the other machine. If it's not obvious, I do not use airdrop much. It's not any action, it's specifically for commit, right? So GK work commit dash dash AI. So the entire thing that the CLI is built on is the idea of a work item. So a work item is you have maybe multiple repos, but they're tied together in the stuff that you're trying to do, right? Like this feature I'm building, my back end and my front end are both intimately tied to adding this page that I'm working on, right? So that's a work item. It's basically if you're working in a multi-repo setup that you wish you could treat like a monorepo setup, right? So the idea is that I make my changes, I add those files, and then I do work commit --AI, and it'll generate commit messages for me based upon the actual work that's been done. No, it's just Drama Sans. But the issue is our AI is going through our own like AI entitlement stuff. And I think it's just some issue I have with my account. We've been able to commit before, but we ran into a similar issue with PRs. But I'm not at a good place to finish this work item. So we just got to work around it. It's not monospaced whatsoever there, Newfic. Yeah, only the AI portion needs the entitlements. Yeah, exactly. So technically, without the AI, fine, let's do that. Let me double check this. Right, what's the command? So we would do -M. Feat add events page and backend scaffolding. Sure. So there we go. So then I can do GK work push, and that'll push these things up for me. Boom. Kind of nice. And then theoretically I could do and this is where the entitlements would get me again. Right? But that's actually a flaw because the commit message has been generated. So we got two things to really like call out here. And yeah, this is very much like beta. But the two bugs I'm seeing right now are, one, our error message here says it's about the commit message, but it's actually about creating the PR. So that should be fixed. And then second, the entitlements just seem wrong, which is weird. But we're able to push. I could create a PR as well, I'm pretty sure. You know, I could give it a title and a body. I don't want to do that, like, but we could. But we're not ready to make the PR anyway. But yeah, it's kind of cool, right? I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken, and on our product marketing team, I'm basically like the subject matter expert for the CLI at this point, which I think makes the most sense because the other product marketers are not software devs by trade or in general. So I can like fill in and understand this workflow better than they can, right? Like I still need their help for some of the other like marketing style things, but that's the role that I fill within the team. Like I am the one who's actually been like a full-time dev more so than anyone else on the team. There's one other person who's been a dev. I don't know if they've been full-time. They were more like their own startup stuff, but they're at least like familiar. But I have the most experience as a dev on the product marketing team. And that's why they hired me specifically. My iconic face, because I'm looking you dead in the eyes. I'm staring through your soul. You're welcome. I see you. You can feel recognized. You don't get that on other streams, man. But yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential. There is definitely like a lot of user experience stuff. Like my biggest pet peeve is that I can't do GK ST and hit tab because it starts auto completing from like the file system instead of defaulting to, right? Because we have like the pass through to the get command, right? So you can do get status basically, but it's GK status, so it's one less letter. No, I have my main monitor over here. I have two like stream machine monitors over here, and then between the two, I have my camera and the teleprompter that I am like reading your chat messages from. I don't have a good photo of that setup. Like I have a photo of the setup without the teleprompter, but I haven't gotten a new photo. I should do that at some point. So yeah. Right. Okay, so does anyone know how to do AirDrop? Like from a Mac. How do I even like not airport. How do I airdrop this stuff over to my other Mac? Like my work machine. They're on the same network. I just don't know how to like pull up airdrop. So yeah, let's go Google it. We could do FTP. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are enabled. Open a Finder window. Oh. Cool. Okay. Well, now we figured that out. Nice. Hold on. So let me pass this on to work. There's no one there. It's Friday night. CLI feedback. So let me just share this to work. I'll tag people on Monday with it, but at least wanted to share that. Sorry, I just got to pass this on. Okay, so let me catch back up with some chat. Hold on. How do you actually gain experience or level up from a junior role? You've been working in this job, but you feel there's a noticeable gap between you and your coworker who's a software engineer too, or your engineering manager too. Are there general areas or skills you should focus on to close that gap? And why does junior look like that? No reason. Because my chat is something that we built here on stream, and it's fun, and we can replace random words with other words. So, like, I can replace Twitch's generic smiley face with my own smiling face. Pretty good, right? Okay, so yeah, depends on the company and how you value yourself. With time and grind comes experience, and you become more proficient just by doing things. So, one thing to recognize real quick that Spy Guy is that you, as a junior, are leveling up, right? So, you're progressing along maybe your skill timeline, but your coworkers are doing the same thing. So, you're probably not going to close that gap because they're also progressing along their skill timeline. So, that gap may actually stay static, but you're still getting better. That is definitely something to recognize. But another good thing to recognize is that you only get better if you care. So you need to care enough to identify what you think is a deficiency and work with your team to try and like fill in those gaps on your own, not the gaps between you and someone else, right? What do you think your gaps are? You can put in some effort to fill those. But if you're not thinking critically about those, you'll never do it. So be honest with yourself and think about what you're lacking, and you can always put in some effort towards it. Well, that might have been the company's deficiency then. All right, so yeah, we're maybe outpacing the 1 drink per hour at this point, but we're late enough that it's okay. I got a little bit more styling stuff I want to do for our components here. So what I'm going to end up doing is we're going to make this, when you click any part other than the button here, we're going to make that pop up a modal. Another thing I probably want to do then is put the 33 minutes ago underneath the text. We'll get rid of the caret, and we'll just make this whole thing clickable as if it's a button, but then this will also have like some other stuff. So like mark as read, which means it hides, and we're good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Half past drink o'clock. I like that. And yeah, anyone that's interested, like, so Chicken Slayer, do you use Gitkraken? I know you mentioned that you use the CLI. I want to point out that I think we have features that transcend just regular old Git operations. Like I mentioned, I just do regular old Git operations from the command line. Totally. But if I want to see and visualize, the repo, like, yeah, a git lg shortcut here only does so much, right? So instead, using the commit graph from Gitkraken or GitLens gives you like more visibility. I think our killer feature is called Launchpad, and that's where you can like visualize all of your PRs and issues that are assigned to you across Jira, GitHub, GitLab, whatever, right? It's going to be based upon like a workspace, so you're not going to have all of them in one view, which I think would be kind of cool. But you can at least like, if you're a GitHub user, right? All of your issues on GitHub across multiple repos can be seen in one view. And I think that's really valuable. I hate navigating from, like just repo to repo to look at my issues and PRs. It's so easy to miss one. Thanks, Newfic. Yeah, I do that. That is Gatsby. So my blog is still Gatsby. It's ancient. But that optimization is actually called Squib. Right? So technically it's SQIP. But that's the thing that, like here they're blurring it. But you can actually generate that SVG via shapes and then blur it later. So you get like a little bit more than like the typical blur. So yes, again, Chicken Slayer. I get it. You don't need to, like, let me just show you. I don't think I have a good setup for it to demonstrate right now, but I'll try. Do I even have Gitkraken on this machine? Yeah, we do. Generated each request. So it's not generated at request time, it's generated at build time. So those SVGs are always just there statically. Yeah, that's a build time optimization. All right, see, so like, again, if you're using Git, this visualization, you kind of get with a couple things you can do on top of the log command, right? So this alias is pretty common. You can just find a better Git log on Google, and yeah, that's how I got this going. But you can also just get it here, and it becomes interactive if you want to like really look at what's happening specifically in some of these PRs. So it's not even that you're doing your Git operations that way. You're just using it to understand the changes over time. That's the commit graph and the value that brings. But in my opinion, our best feature, which I don't even know if I can demonstrate that well, because I don't think I have that much stuff tied into it. If I look at my pull requests, here we go. Yeah, we got enough. I can see all of my pull requests, ones that are ready to merge, ones that need a reviewer, ones that have conflicts. I can decide to like snooze the ones that I don't care about. I can, some of these things end up being something that Git doesn't even care about, because pull request isn't something Git actually knows. That's something providers do. So GitHub, GitLab, etc. You could use GitHub CLI for that. So I understand that. Totally get it. But that's only for GitHub. There isn't one for GitLab. There isn't one for Azure DevOps. There isn't one for Bitbucket. Whereas this will work for all of them, provided that you have it set up. And yeah, GitHub's native notifications suck. Totally. Like, I completely agree. So I don't know. I just wanted to show that off. If you work across many different repos with many different like PRs and issues and blah, 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 seeing all that in one place can definitely save you a bunch of time. Whether it does or doesn't, that's totally up to you. I just wanted to make sure that a lot of people think Git Kraken is just a Git GUI. And I think at this point, our best features aren't even like Git operation related. You know? It's about working better as a team and giving you like a little more insight than the CLI will provide out of the box. Does it show builds on a PR? So you're saying like pipelines, like your GitHub Actions status? That one I don't think we have yet, because if we do it for one platform, we got to do it for all of them, and some of these platforms don't give us enough information for that stuff. But it's definitely something we want to try. I don't know where it is in the priority queue, you know? But I just wanted to point that out. I understand. I don't use Git Kraken desktop or Git Lens for any of that Git stuff. I just use the Git CLI, for sure. And yeah, 5 to 6 years ago, that was before we even got bought by private equity, and before we have our new CEO and a bunch of the new like cool features and stuff, right? So a bunch of these like cool new features, I think, transcend just being a Git GUI. But we still have 10 plus years of people's familiarity with Git Kraken of just being a Git GUI. And then for like managers or team leads, right, you're seeing my personal view right now. We can actually go look at the team view, which I don't know if I have set up very well. Yes, my team view isn't ideal for a demo right now. Sorry. But this is where you could see other people's PRs and stuff too, like as a manager. So I can see all of the, dude, so many Dependabot PRs. Oh my God. Okay, I'm overwhelmed. I regret everything. I regret everything. Hold on. Let me see if I can update real quick. It looks like I'm on the latest. So then just one more thing I wanted to kind of look at was we can go do this, right? Like, look, we got update keyword notifications management. A lot more stuff changed there. So what if I do explain? Well, now we can send that to an LLM, and AI weekly limit reached. I think this is still just a problem with my entitlements, because I have not used all of my requests yet. Like, I don't know. There's got to be some way I can see my token usage. Yeah, maybe I just used up all my tokens. I don't know. So that sucks. I was trying to like show that. But basically we have like an explain commit button, which can then help you get a little more context on what someone did in a PR or in a commit, which is pretty cool, right? I'm wondering if there's a way that I can see like how many tokens I have left. Yeah, exactly. My tools. What does my tools do? Oh, okay. That's kind of nice. Um, Yeah, so I need to pass that as some feedback too. Yeah, the tabs. Yep. Yeah, we got a command for everything. All right, so hold on. Let me catch back up. I might have missed some stuff. My team consists of Dependabot. Yeah, exactly. Can you easily see the certain file history? Yeah. So I don't know how to do that in Get Kraken, but in Get Lens, if we go here and do an inspect, right, we can see the file history of like the commits for it. We can also see like the visual file history and what all's happened there. So let me go look at a different file, maybe one that's been there longer. So then if we go inspect, oh, and you guys can't see it, sorry. Basically, on the right, when you have Git Lens installed, yeah, it was off screen. There's the Git Lens tab, and then there's the Git Lens Inspect with like the little magnification glass. And you can kind of see like, who changed what in like a heat map. But there's, that's the visual file history, and then there's just file history. And you can see what's happened there as well. So kind of nice. You can definitely do most of this stuff in Git Lens with the CLI. But who has time to memorize all that stuff? So yeah, let AI do it. Well, do it already. Yeah, some of this is a little wonky. GitKraken Desktop is made in Electron. Yep. Can you use GitLens at work? I mean, you can use GitLens at work. It depends on the features. Like some of the features don't, right? Like this part, that part works for free right out of the box, no problem. So yeah, totally, just use GitLens, go for it. Some of the other things like Launchpad and the other stuff do require a license. But you can give it a trial, right? There's like a free 7 or 14-day trial or something. Might be worth checking. And just don't worry about like, oh, you used up your trial. I think after some amount of time, you can just do another trial. So there's definitely some value to just trying it. If it doesn't work for you, that's fine. But we think eventually it will. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, sorry for like the shilling of the GitKraken stuff. It's my job. I'm a developer advocate. I got to do something to justify starting stream at 1 p.m. most days. Don't tell anybody about it. No, I think they know. I think it's fine. Because I'm talking to devs like every day. It's something that nobody else at the company does or can do. Right? By being out there, talking to devs, It lends a lot of like credibility, I think. Talking to doves. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Shit. What's that Prince song? When Doves Cry or whatever? Holy shit. Do we need to make a parody song when devs cry? What's the name of the song? Is it just When Doves Cry? Nailed it. I think that's solid. I think that'd be solid. Okay, hold on. Wait. How do I share this with work now? How do I share this with work now? Hold on. What was my prompt? Hold on. It's not bad. It's not bad. They went with When Bugs Cry on this one. Hold on. One more. Sorry. This is genius. I can't believe I haven't thought about this yet. I wonder if we could plug this into Suno. Don't ask me why I solo coded. Don't ask me why I wrote it all myself. We were working fine, everything aligned, then dependencies went down the drain. Like, oh, dude, this is so good. This is so good. I'm really, really, really happy about it now. I work at a company called Get Kraken. We make Get Kraken desktop. We also have Get Lens in VS Code. We got a web app, and we are working on a CLI tool as well. It's a Go tool. No, I don't even have a subscription. Like, the free tier is really good. I'm thinking about getting a subscription and just canceling my Claude one. Because it's cheaper. And, you know, then I can support Theo too. Yeah, that's just the free tier, dude. Like, the free tier is awesome. If you just log in, you get way beyond, like, the 10 free credits and all that shit, too. Like, it gets really good. Yes, they are tweets. Yeah, these are on Blue Sky right now. Blue Sky is going to be like the initial platform, and then we'll consider other platforms. Right? What I'm thinking is there's a service called F5bot that is doing basically what I'm thinking. Right? Where, you know, you log in, you sign up for an account, you enter your list of keywords, and F5bot will send you an email when one of your keywords is mentioned on Reddit, Hacker News, or Lobsters. So I think any one of these three things shouldn't be too big of a deal to implement ourselves as well. But I want to support more notification channels than just email. I want to do maybe SMS. I don't know if that's a good one. We'll have to think about how the SMS part works. But Slack channel, Discord channel, etc. just notify you where your company is, because I think there's a lot of value as a brand to know when you're being mentioned and know, like, so you can follow up as quick as possible via social media. Right? Brands that are actually active on social media are good, you know? Safe to assume it could be a specific phrase. Like, it's just a string I'm looking for. Whatever string you want to look for, you can put in. I haven't decided the billing tiers yet. So the amount of keywords you get, the amount of like notifications you might get, that's the main goal. Yeah, keyword or brand tracking. But if you want to do other keywords too, because you're interested, you could do that too. Like, I'm not going to get in your way. If you want to pay me money to listen to some random keyword, go for it. I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, I'm down. But for brands, like, so many people might mention your product without actually tagging you. I don't know, Newfic. Like, technically, F5bot still works. I don't know how they're doing it. Maybe they're paying for the API. I would do Hacker News and Lobsters first, and then we'll look at, like, the paid APIs. But right now, our MVP isn't even considering that. We just want to launch for, like, Blue Sky. That's our main goal. Blue Sky. Because it's just free and easy to get access to their firehose. You can get access, like, you can listen to a WebSocket of every single event happening on the ATProto in general, right? The AT protocol, which is basically Blue Sky, but could be other stuff too. That's my main goal, though, right? Like, I think this could go further. And will it be like a unicorn, like $1 billion application? Hell no. No way. But I could definitely see it bringing in a couple $1,000s a month. Yeah, you could put in whatever keywords you want, for sure. No, Chicken Slayer. No, not at all. Blue Sky is only Blue Sky. They have their AT protocol. What I'm getting at is, if I prove out the idea, Blue Sky only, I can add other platforms and how to listen to those separately. But the MVP is just Blue Sky. But you'll notice that the way I'm building it, pretty much nothing on this page actually is like Blue Sky specific. Which means eventually adding other social media would actually just be like a configuration on the keyword itself that we're listening for. Does that make sense? So yeah, Blue Sky does not wrap other social media whatsoever. That's not their goal. That's not something they do. What I'm saying is I could wrap other social media if it's valuable. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Blue Sky is basically like a Twitter clone, but you know, right? Like, this is Blue Sky. So I got my posts. I cross post basically everything. Like, oh, look at that Philly cheesesteak I made. Maybe Chicken Slayer. I don't know. I mean, Blue Sky is really nice because it's open and Elon has nothing to do with it. Those are really good selling points to me. Those are major features. I know, they were super fucking good. Oh my god, these cheesesteaks were good, man. Woo! Yeah, it's like really well made. It's like super snappy. Like, yeah, they do a great job, man. How was Blue Sky allowed to make a clone? Because you can't own a UI layout. It's impossible. There's no copyright or trademark you can actually claim for a layout or a type of application. So there's no way to disallow it. It's not literally a clone. They didn't copy the code, you know? Yeah, and Apple lost that case for UI trademark, which is a precedent that every other thing now works upon. Basically, abstracting out someone's API is totally allowed because of Google. You can copyright config. Yeah, Figma also wants to copyright the word dev mode. Yeah, and there's absolutely zero copying of actual code, right? This is all like just built out to mimic a thing, but yeah, no one owns this layout. Nobody. Like, dude, Twitter would be insane to force a lawsuit for that. Yeah, how is the dev mode trademark even approved? Like, dude, the trademark office is bullshit. And they are probably also dealing with being gutted by the asshole that runs the other platform that this is competing with. Yeah, no, the trademark office has always been questionable. Like the crazy taxi patent, right? That Sega owned that got overturned a few years ago, right? Like that one actually broke the game dev community for like a decade. Oh, dude, Threads is terrible. Yeah, no, Threads is bad. The problem with Blue Sky is it's really the anti-Twitter, so you get a lot of really like political bullshit. But in general, your feed, or hold on, let me figure out how do we do this, right? You go home here. Your feed is mostly made up of people you actually follow. I've seen a lot of bullshit politics because I ended up following too many people. But no, your feed is basically made up of people you follow because there is no algorithm. Blue Sky seems empty because you don't follow enough people. That's actually the thing. Like, because there is no algorithm, your feed is what you make it. And it's on you to expand that feed to the people that you actually want to listen to. Right? Like, dude, Dan Abramov. I love it. Yeah, he's right there. He's just all over the place in my feed. I'm into it. This is awesome. This is the best. Real quick though, I did just pour some more whiskey. Let me go pour some more water, and that way I can mix with the whiskey, and I'll be right back. I'll see you in a sec. I'm gonna go pee as well. Okay, so hold on. We'll snooze the ad. 5 minutes. Let's double check. So Denarek, it's not the same content. Like, it's really, if you just don't want to support Twitter anymore, it doesn't exist, and Blue Sky is a place you can get that. I think it'll still take time. But if you're content with Twitter, then, I don't know, keep using Twitter. I'm basically not. I'm like, fuck Elon Musk, man. I don't want to support what he does. Like, I still use Twitter because I'm a content creator, but, you know, I would rather everything move to Blue Sky, because Blue Sky, nobody owns the data. You can own your own data. It's like fully decentralized, trying to do like the Mastodon thing, but Mastodon's problem is that you basically have the little like fiefdoms on each Mastodon server where someone gets a little ounce of like moderator power and they go insane. It's like the same problem Reddit has. Blue Sky doesn't have that. The protocol itself, Blue Sky doesn't even own. ATProto is fully decentralized and it's everyone's. Which is why you can have things like, what's the name of it? Skylight.social. Right? They even call it the unbannable short form video platform because it's decentralized. It's still on. It is really decentralized, absolutely. I mean, as far as I know, it's decentralized because you can build your own personal data server. Blue Sky itself, right? If you have the @BlueSky whatever thing, well, yeah, your data is there, but you can build your own, like, data server and then just publish to their feed, but you still own your data. No, it's fine, Denarek. I understand. Like, your comment about, like, why follow a second thing. Well, have you seen Dan Abramov posting to Twitter? I haven't. Nope, haven't seen it. There are some people that are just not on Twitter anymore. And Dan Abramov's content is totally worth it. The more certain people move over there, the better. Because they will bring, like, it has this, like, network effect. Now, keep in mind, there are some people that have had really negative experiences because, in general, on social media, the loudest voices are often the worst. So, yeah, when Theo was posting to Blue Sky, he got a lot of, like, really negative feedback. But also, I think part of that is he also just wasn't getting out to the audience he wanted. He didn't have the scope that he has on Twitter. At some point, people got to leave Twitter, and it'll make sense for people who need to do that, right? Who need to, like, publish content for their audience. If their audience moves, then they'll move. It's going to be more like if people move, then the audience will move with them. But, yeah, at least as far as Theo's concerned, he prefers to be wherever he gets the viewership. And I get it. There are other people that are big enough that their viewership will happen no matter what they do. So they go to a platform that aligns with their ideals better. But yes, I think Skylight is on the Blue Sky protocol, but it's not Blue Sky, right? It's on ATProto, which is separate. Now, you can still, like, I think you have to log into Skylight Social with a Blue Sky, like, OAuth account, but that could totally change, too. People have raised a really good point. Blue Sky will not be successful until there is a way for advertisers and brands to realize value from it. But Blue Sky doesn't have to solve that problem. There are companies like Graze.social where they can do the ad stuff. They could do their, like, you know, custom feeds and all that stuff, right? They could build an algorithm. I still don't think it makes money, Denorak. Oh, I still don't think it's profitable. For every subscriber that X has gained, those dollars have been lost by advertisers that don't want to advertise there. Advertisers are actually the biggest moneymaker for a platform like that. I have no idea, Lightspeed. Yeah, there could be some Hollywood accounting going on. If it was profitable, do you think Elon would have had to sell the company to fucking XAI? I don't think so. I really don't think so. What's the drink? It is whiskey lemonade. It's basically a whiskey sour. What profit are we talking about? We're talking about the margin they make on their investment per year. That's the only profit that matters. Doesn't matter how much the thing got bought for. Those billions went to the people that owned it previously. That shit's gone. That money doesn't exist anymore as far as Twitter's concerned. No, Mr. Elfman, because those billions were his money, not Twitter's money. You're mistaking someone's personal finance versus a business's finances. Those two things are completely separate. Personally, yes, he took a bath on that one. But he made it back in whatever influence he thinks it was worth it, you know? The platform still has its own accounting to deal with. Those two things are completely separate. Yeah, but that was not the case because it wasn't a profitable company when he bought it either. He bought it for the perceived value, not the profits. You can think about it a little bit that way, Mr. Elfman, but it's still not quite the same thing. So, Mr. Elfman, think about it this way. If you get Y Combinator to invest in your company, you don't pay Y Combinator back until you sell the company. Or until, like, you get another investment round, maybe. But when you get that investment round, if you pay out the investor, they're no longer an investor because they got paid out. In general, most investments like that are banking upon growing the wealth of the business and selling it later to someone else or a public IPO. The investors do not typically make money on a liquidity event like that. It's only when they do an exit. I'm not saying it is or isn't. Dividends are for public companies. Now, sorry, yeah, no, you're misunderstanding public companies versus private companies. Dividends are for public companies. As far as I understand it. So, Mr. Elfman, I would put in the research yourself and double check it. They get their investment is a portion of the company. They could find a buyer, right? But their stake in the company, they only make it from an exit. They can sell a portion of the company, but they don't make ongoing revenue from the profits. The goal is to grow the profits enough that they can either sell their stake or the company itself sells and they get a percentage of that sale. And in many cases, the contracts say that you can't actually sell your stake. Depending on the company, right? But Y Combinator-wise, I'm pretty sure Y Combinator could not just sell their portion of your company to someone else. They would have to do that on a liquidity event, and they'd have to work it out with the buyer or the investor. Yeah, again, all this stuff is just dictated by contracts. So whatever's in the contract is actually the truth. All we're talking about is the common case. There could be stuff in whatever Twitter's contract is. Maybe the investors make a percentage of the profit. Unlikely, because that's just not how that works in general. Investors are playing the long game in almost every VC style approach. They're trying to make back their money after 10 years, maybe 5. That's their number one goal. They at least want to make back what they put in. Their goal beyond that is to 10x or 100x their investment. But they only realize that return on an exit in general. Hold on, wait. What's this? Did someone follow me? Thanks, followers. Appreciate you. What is Blue Pilot? Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's the Wild West as far as Blue Sky and AT Protocol is concerned. Which is why, the product I'm building, I don't know of anyone else that's built this yet. Which is why it's maybe a couple $1,000 business. But if there was already an incumbent that I'm competing against, well, yeah, then it would be a lot harder to steal away customers because someone else could find it elsewhere. Right? So F5 bot. I'm going to have to put in a lot of work to actually attract Lobsters, Hacker News, Reddit, subscriber listeners, or whatever, right? Because technically this one's free. I forget what their paid whatever is, but yeah, Nah, it's like completely free to a point, and then there's something you can pay for with F5 bots. So competing against that's going to be tough. So grades.social is like the blue sky thing, or the blue pilot thing that we just saw. Lightspeed. Yeah. That should be all you need to know. That should be all you need to know. Most investors don't. No, most investors are playing the long game. They're not expecting a return until maybe 5 to 10 years down the line. But they want it to be a 10x to 100x of that investment because that's going to be greater than, than interest would have been. The main goal of VC is to outpace interest, bare minimum, right? Beyond that, most VC people want that 10x to 100x because they're taking a lot of bets, and some of those bets are 0x. Exactly. Yeah. There's a 10% chance of getting a 10x on your return, basically. Or technically, there's more like a 10% chance of getting like a 100x on your return or on your investment. And then beyond that, there's maybe like a 30% chance of breaking even or making a slight profit. And then there's like a 50% chance of making nothing on the deal. I forget how it breaks down. We actually looked at this at one point. Nah, we saw like a graph or something, right? How venture capital works, maybe. This site is toxic. Okay, no. I don't know, man. Yeah, we definitely saw something for that. Like, it was a graph, and it showed, like, very simple numbers. I wonder if there's, like, a good image for it. Here you go, right? So, yeah, VC fund return on investment. Right? So 50% will return less than the money you put in. 35% will give you at least the money you put in or double. 10% will give you 2 to 3x, and 5% will give you 3 times or more. And I think somewhere in there it's like 0.5% are unicorns that give you 100x. You're betting on the unicorns. Right? Once you run the numbers, it all makes sense. Losses are deductible on taxes. Absolutely. Yep. Now you're getting it. Yeah, these are all capital gains type things, for sure. And in fact, you're able to write off the investment in the year that you did it. So a lot of VC is about writing off your profit for this current year in hopes of making money later. And then when you make that money later, you're going to make more investments to get back to a zero tax rate or whatever. It's made for rich people. Absolutely. 100%. But if you really want to like learn and understand about venture capital, it is a fascinating thing. I'm not an expert whatsoever, but it is really fun to like learn about and read and try and understand, you know? No matter what, the goal is to outpace inflation, though. So if you do enough investments and 50% are a loss, well, that's fine because you're still saving on the taxes from your other things that were successful and the interest that you made on money in the bank and other things, right? Or dividends or whatever. Company you work for is owned by VC. Company I work for is owned by private equity. Those have totally different, like, mathematical results. One way our CEO put it at one point is there are some private equity firms that are really good at taking a company from $2 to $3 million per year to $20 to $30 million per year. But they're not great at bringing that company to the $100 million mark. But there are private equity firms that are really good at bringing companies from the 20 to 30 to the 100 million. So it ends up being this like handoff between private equity firms that specialize in 10xing their investment and then selling it and then trying to do it again. And then, you know, like it's a cycle. No, Mr. Elfman, like the goal is they sell to a company that's going to try and 10x their investment. Why would they fire you? Right? Like, no, the only time that you would be on the street on a private equity sale is if they sell to a private equity company that is going to liquidate you. Okay, so if you're not growing at all, that's a problem, but that doesn't mean that there's not a potential for growth. It means that you're actually at the limit of the private equity firm that owns you. Right? You guys grew to the limit of what they're capable of, and the next private equity firm that buys the company would then try and 10x after that. The problem is that whoever owns it, right, the private equity firm that owns you right now, hasn't found a buyer yet, which is problematic. No, and I get that, Mr. Elfman, but the goal is simply like private equity firms build a company up to a level that they're good at building them up to, and then they sell to another private equity firm that is good at building up a company to the level that they can get it up to. And it's this like this pattern. That's basically it, Lightspeed. Yeah, for sure. But it's the amount of money, and it's also like leadership. So it's not simply like the CEO lives in a bubble. The CEO has to sell what they're doing to the board, and the board gets to decide if they're doing the right thing. Because the board has way more like vision. They understand the cost of things. They approve certain actions from the CEO. And if the CEO is not performing, they find a better CEO. Keep in mind, this is not venture. This is private equity. Private equity and venture capital are totally separate things. Private equity owns the company outright. They own the whole kit and caboodle. Venture capital is they own a portion. It's actually one of those things where venture capital is more incentivized towards the exit than the private equity firm. Still, the private equity firm, like, the company maintains its own bank balance, right? The private equity firm simply owns it. And if they decide to liquidate the company, that's when the private equity firm would take the money that the company has in the bank and make it their own. But they don't typically touch that until it becomes time to liquidate. I know less about private equity, by the way. I only know a little bit based upon what I've been kind of told by a couple of people I work with right now. Like by our CEO and my immediate boss. Because I'm very new to all this stuff. I've just been a software dev. But I am fascinated by it, and I would love to eventually have a company that is worth some private equity company buying or some venture capital companies investing in. Are we there yet? No. Will it be a long time? Probably. But I think Walter might be the one, either private equity or venture capital product that has value. Which is why I'm currently building this Blue Sky thing, because it'll help me realize the value and like recognize if I'm solving the right problems with Walter. But just Lightspeed, think about this. The private equity firm buys a company and gets X amount of seats on the board. And the board votes on things that the CEO proposes to them, basically. The board also acts as advisors and other stuff. They know how to understand if what the CEO is doing is a good idea, if they've hired the right CEO, etc. At a certain level, they know what to look for to grow a company better. And they are advisors and, yeah, like board vision. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to make sure I answered your question because it was the last thing in chat and I didn't see any other comments. So, okay, cool. But anyway, we can get back to doing some coding work. It's a nice, chill Friday, isn't it? And I hope no one here thinks I'm the expert. I've tried as many times as I can to point out, I don't know all this stuff. This is me talking about it to understand it better. If you never talk about it, you'll never fine-tune your perspective on it. Like, in explaining it, you actually understand your own nuance better, too. So, yes, I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to chat about this stuff. I wouldn't say the most, but it's like a separate thing. Like, you only know so much until you can explain it to someone else. By being forced to think about it more deeply, you gain more. But I wouldn't say the most, right? Most is very subjective. All right, so mixing up another beverage. We're going to do a little bit more on the coding stuff. Dude, ATProto. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, it's been a while. I get it. All right. Big thing I got to recognize is next place I live and move, I do not want to be right here in the courtyard. Just hearing like shouting children and whatever ball sport bullshit they're doing out there. There's no basketball court or anything. They're just bouncing shit on pavers, and it echoes so gross. Like, it's super loud, man. But yeah, just the shouting children thing, man. I guess I'm getting really old because I massively dislike that sound. They yell for no reason. Okay, so I kind of do too. I kind of yell for no reason too. So, all right, touche. Yeah, old man shouts at clouds. Exactly. But the worst problem is like it's like this center courtyard where all the buildings of the apartment complex like wrap around it. So all this shit just echoes so badly. Like it is so loud and it like the reverb and the noise like man, I massively dislike it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a few floors up at least. I'm not on the top floor, so I still got like a noisy neighbor up there too. I don't know if they have a dog or like a really loud kid, but it sounds like a herd of fucking elephants starting at like 9 a.m. every morning. Yeah, this is a bad place to live where I'm at right now. It's just not ideal. So I got to figure out somewhere. I'm just slacking. All right, so we should be able to refresh this though. Yeah, there it is. Let's style this better and let's make the modal thing happen. Mm. Honestly, I like the upstairs neighbor I have more than the one I had before. They would play the worst goddamn techno at like 4 a.m., like the previous upstairs neighbor. Like, really bad techno. Like, it didn't even have a consistent beat. I think that makes it avant garde, right? Like, no, we don't keep a consistent tempo. We just do the bass whenever we fucking feel like it. Like, dude, it was the worst damn music I've ever heard. So I'm so glad that neighbor's gone. Oh, man. So glad about that. That neighbor sucked. Now, granted, my downstairs neighbor probably doesn't like me much because I'll sometimes go a bit late, ranting out the window. It's fine during the winter, but yeah, during the summer, they open their window and they can hear everything. So I bring the mic down and I whisper at this point. And I think we're okay now. But okay. Right now, we've got these things where they pop up like this and they do that. I'm thinking we're going to turn this into a modal where we see this bit. That modal will pop up when you click anywhere in here. So we're going to get rid of the caret icon. And yeah, we're going to get rid of like the toggled BS. So let's make that happen. You and the captain, make it happen. All right, so is collapsed. Gone. And yeah, had a good conversation. I don't know if he wants this stocks, but with another good streamer yesterday, who streams less because they find more value in YouTube. But yeah, like it's crazy how we have like the same goal. Like I just want to make, you know, 10 to 20 grand a month with a bunch of like side projects that are sustainable and call it good, right? I don't need to be a billionaire. I just want to not have to have a job anymore. I believe that's the dream. I believe that's the thing we're all working towards, right? Just to not have to have a job anymore, whether it's retirement or side projects. That's the dream. I would say it's not passive because you got to keep building on your stuff. Otherwise, it'll die and it won't be a passive income for long, you know? I mean, 10 grand's the dream, right? 20 grand is like the dream beyond the dream. At 10 grand, you're making 120K a year. It's livable. Not here in Seattle, but it's livable. If you got a wife and they're making similar, then yeah, you're living pretty. Or a partner, I should put it that way. Whatever you want, you know. 20K and you can live basically anywhere you want though. Like that's the dream. All right, so hold on. Is collapsed here. The chili peppers, yeah, they suck in here. Basically, check out, and I don't mind showing this. HTML biscuits is, if you see the save icon, that's HTML biscuits. Right? But we also have some other biscuits, such as CSS biscuits, JSTS biscuits, which is the chili pepper you're seeing. And then if you work in other languages, yeah, assorted biscuits. So you can decorate your Rust code or any of these languages. And honestly, if we just do an update, I really do bet we can get this list massively increased. Because we ran into a bunch of like tree sitter, like languages or their like parsers that didn't compile to Wasm. But like if you've ever used NeoVim, tree sitters parsers totally work in NeoVim, and you get like 40 plus languages that are supported. We could make this happen, but it has to be able to compile to Wasm, and that's the part that we're maybe missing. So yeah, one of these days we'll get some of our other side projects back up to date. Oh yeah, no, I need like once we get this current one going, we'll have time to do some other stuff. So yeah, just for end tags, I mean that's super valuable though, isn't it? Have you ever been in div soup? Like which div is this? If you added an ID, it would be ahead of these classes, and you'd have value. So Tailwind kind of negates the class value. But if you're doing like proper CSS dev, and you've got a name for this thing such as keyword event card, well then, yeah, we scroll down and we see which card that is, or whatever. If you've ever been in div soup or in Dart parenthesis soup, it's hugely valuable, right? I know VS Code tries to do a little bit, but it's just not enough because, yeah, we get into here and it's just keyword event rather than the block that we're in. So the sticky header stuff doesn't solve the problem either. Yeah, it does it for functions, but it doesn't do it for anything else, right? Hey, what's up, Block Starter? How you doing? Yeah, it's mainly just like when we say HTML biscuit, it's like a breadcrumb. It's to let you know where you are in the thing without having to scroll back up to find it. In general, this is really helpful for certain things. No. So keep in mind, it shows more than one. But what it decides to make more than one, X factor, is totally different. So in JSX, it actually like loses a lot of context, especially in the JSX portion of things, right? We get the map maybe, but we don't get the HTML blocks. So it becomes less useful. Right? We can get 4. There might even be 5. Yeah, like totally works, but it's pretty much only for function invocations. So VS Code's sticky header stuff it's a niche, right? It's like a smaller bit. Still useful. Like I have it on. A lot of people hate it and turn it off. Or not a lot, but enough people on my timeline in social media over the past year when it was like enabled by default. Maybe 2 years. Whenever it was enabled by default, I saw a lot of complaints about it. All right. Anyway, so yeah, let's keep hacking at this thing. I at least want to get some of this layout stuff done. I want to play some games tonight. Robotic Head, you out there? Ethan, I know you're out there. Anyone else want to get into some Last Epoch tonight? I don't mind grinding it solo either. Just saying. I'm having way more fun with it than Path of Exile. The Path of Exile devs have a lot of work to do to win back the trust of the community at this point. All right, so yeah, instead of is collapsed, this is going to be inside of a dialogue. Yeah, we want to make the dialogue happen. All right, so here in keyword event, we're going to have some state. Yep. Okay, so I see the snippet that, or I see the problem that the snippet is having. So we'll fix that part. All right, so then keyword event, we kick in here. Oh, and I see what happened here. Yeah. Instead, I think that layer's gonna go away. Okay, so we end up doing that. What I want to do then is, this is flex row, but we're going to make that a flex call. But Instead of items center. And gap 2 actually might be no good either. Right, text gray. Yeah, so this would be marked as red, and it might get hidden. And what's up, Lake? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I don't know for sure. Like, I'm still feeling it out. I'm thinking, yes, you would remove it or hide it, mark it as red, and it would go elsewhere. And we'll have eventually some, like, filters here for, like, new versus red versus, like, maybe, like, a date filter or something, or a search. We haven't done any of the search or date filtering or whatever yet. We are currently dealing with like way too much stuff at once because we haven't done the pagination yet. Ooh, but maybe gap 1? Nope. All right, give it just a little bit of a gap. We're just chilling, Pyro. Yeah, for sure, man. Let me get more music going. We feel about this so far. Maybe the 6 minutes ago should go above. And we make it smaller. On a vibe code testing spree since Grok released their AI still fails like every other. I mean, Pyro, I would say check out Gemini. Gemini 2.5 Pro. I've heard is the best at the moment. You know, all that stuff changes. Yeah. So keep in mind, like, some of that failure is user error. But also just recognize, like, yeah, vibe coding falls down when the context window isn't big enough to contain your entire project. At that point, you need to be using cursor to fine tune what your context window actually is. No, so I get that, Pyro, but like, dude, that's not the point. Yeah, I know you're testing for fun, and I get that, but like, dude, they'll never be good enough until the context window is so big. Right? Like, I think it's a bad test. I think it's testing for the wrong thing. But also, yeah, I agree. Vibe coding is, yeah, it's snake oil. It's like what the no-code people have been pushing on us for years. Yeah, the moment you code something with no code and it becomes successful, you better be paying people to build it right. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to die. You're going to flounder. You're going to stop being able to build something useful. So yeah, I get that, Pyro. I'm pointing it out. Like, I just don't think it's quite the right demonstration. Maybe PL1. No, and I get it. I totally understand. Yeah, prove out the idea. Makes sense to me, man. What I want to do here is, hold up. Why is that thing like full width? I don't want that span to go absolutely full width. We got W auto. Fit content? Fit content. So yeah, there we go. All right. Let me go use the restroom. We'll pour another beverage. I'm going to get the oven heating up. Do we have anyone that wants to be gaming with me on some Last Epoch or some other game tonight? Just let me know. But yeah, I'm going to get the oven heating up. I got pizza to eat. Okay, and I'm back. I think I found the hair. Ah, man. You ever get like a hair in your ear? It just like itches like mad. Oh, got it. Okay, so yeah, I think we're good there. Yeah, fit content. Perfect. Nailed it. What's for dinner? Oh, I got pizza from Big Mario's. So yeah, East Coast style pizza slices. They're gonna be good. Only got 5 of them, so I got to decide if it's gonna be 3 tonight and 2 tomorrow, or 2 tonight and 3 tomorrow. East Coast style pizza, absolutely. Yeah, it's like the big foldable thin slices. West Coast pizza is like a little thicker, but they like to put gnarly shit. Yeah, East Coast style is New York style. Same idea. Jersey, New York, and a few other places over there. That's East Coast style. West Coast style is, oh, you wanted like a salad, but you're at a pizza place? Nah, we got you. Yeah, we'll totally put arugula on a pizza. You wanted artichoke? No problem. Yeah, that's West Coast style. Fucking mod pizza? Ugh, just the worst. Just the worst. Dude, yeah. West Coast pizza sucks. It's really bad. Sure, smoked salmon. Yep. Nah, I bet you can find mod pizza or some place to do that for you. Like, they will totally do it. I've never had a proper Chicago slice. I know deep dish is what people think, but I know people from Chicago, they're like, nah, that's the tourist pizza. But Chicago has their own style that's separate from deep dish. But yeah, in general, deep dish is tourist pizza. I still want to try it. Maybe. It'll be tough to get me to go to Florida, though. Ooh, okay, so I got one thing I want to do real quick. I want to make the time line up with the ... They do a 3? They do. Nice. All right, perfect. Yeah, you guys are talking about actual like deep dish. That is different from like some of the other Chicago style. From what I've heard, the square, like Little Caesar style, is almost like a Chicago style as well. Tavern style? Yeah, see? Square. Boom. There you go. No, man. This is also a Chicago style. Real Chicago is thin and crispy, not deep dish. Right? Like, you guys are using the tourist version. No, this is a Chicago style. Pyro, you're wrong. The deep dish is tourist pizza. This is Chicago style. You're disagreeing with the internet, dude. This is a Chicago-style pizza. This is actually one of the more traditional Chicago styles. I think what you're describing is basically deep dish. That is not the most famous. It's the tourist version. Whether you want to say that's most famous or not, there are people in Chicago that would fight you over that definition. Yeah, you can type it in. That doesn't make it right. Yeah, the internet's wrong about all sorts of shit, dude. Chicago style pizza, right? Like Chicago style pizza. Chicago style pizza. Tavern style. Chicago's real signature pizza is crispy crunchy, right? This is Chicago style, not deep dish. Deep dish is its own separate thing. Yeah, see, Pyro? Blockstarter's backing it up. Just because you know what the internet's told you, the internet's wrong about all sorts of shit. Why do you think it's right here? Yeah, Blockstarter. I've chatted with people from Chicago. I know, right? Like, come on, man. I'm a person of the world. I totally get it. Deep dish is tourist pizza. Real Chicago is this tavern style, where you cut it in squares. Little Caesars is basically Chicago style. Not quite as thin and crispy, but yeah. There's tavern and deep dish. Yeah. But people from Chicago actually prefer tavern. Again, Pyro, you're not listening. Open your fucking ears, dude. People in Chicago don't eat deep dish. It's tourist pizza. Right? You can even read it. Native Chicagoans, however, tend to order tavern style. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. It is nuanced pizza lore. Pizza lore gets deep. Pizza lore is super deep, but not deep dish. No, very different there, Lake. Nah, totally different. Sorry, nope. Saying it's just pizza will get you stabbed in some parts of this country. You're on the West Coast? Yeah, it's just pizza. Who gives a shit? Because the West Coast isn't serious about pizza. Detroit style? What is Detroit style? Okay, so yeah, Detroit style is like the square, like pan pizza, right? But it's like a bit thicker. Okay, yeah, I get that. But it's still like the square cut as well. Okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I'd eat it. Honestly, they're all good. Besides West Coast. West Coast sucks. West Coast pizza sucks so much, dude. Oh, it's so bad. I don't understand how mod pizza is still in business. It blows my fucking mind. I don't understand how mod pizza still exists. Mid pizza. There you go. Nailed it. Damn it. I'm tweeting that. You don't mind if I steal that, right, Nightshade? I'm going to adapt it, right? Inspired by. Chat is MIT licensed, so that means I still got to shout out the copyright. Okay, I get it. No, I get it, Pyro. I understand. There are plenty of touristy places that do that. But no, I get it, Pyro. I understand. You've watched a lot of documentaries on it. So you've seen more documentaries than me because I haven't seen a single one. But I have talked to enough people from the area where that's not the kind of pizza that they actually eat in general. That's all I'm getting at. So yeah, sorry, Pyro. I know I was getting a little harsh there. But all I'm saying is most people in Chicago do not eat that shit. It may be a Chicago style that is unique to Chicago because no one else makes it, but also people in Chicago don't even fucking eat it in general. So I wouldn't even necessarily call it Chicago style. It's just a style that is in Chicago. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, people in Chicago, very few people actually eat the sauce on top, deep dish, whatever, right? No, no. What I'm saying is, Pyro, even though those places make it, and they've been there for a while, the only people that get it and buy it are tourists. That's what makes it tourist pizza. Nowadays, it is tourist pizza. Maybe 50 years ago, it wasn't. But nowadays, that deep dish style is touristy. No, I understand, Pyro. I'm not debating that part whatsoever. I'm saying, what do people from the area eat? What do people from the area actually eat? In my opinion, the tacos that you get in the gas lamp district in fucking San Diego, those are tourist tacos. Right? People actually from the area don't eat that shit. Yeah, Pyro, right? Like, Blockstarter lives there. I've been to Colorado once. Twice. No, actually just once. It was the same trip. See, I've ridden at Copper, Aspen, and Breckenridge. No, I don't know anything about that. I have been to... Shit. I've been to, like, a couple things in Colorado, but not much. Not much. Like we went to the snowboard show. That was at the convention center or whatever. I went to some after parties for like the snowboard convention. Like a Sticker Mule sponsored party before we realized Sticker Mule sucked. Oh, like the Bean of Chicago. Wait, what the fuck is the Bean? When you go there, out of a joke, you flick it, right? Ting! Like, you have to. You have to. Sticker Mule beef coming back up in 2025. Yeah, because the company's not dead yet. Like, people keep ordering shit from it. Stop. Just stop. They don't have a moat. There's no reason you should order anything from Sticker Mule. There are plenty of other companies out there. They have zero moat. They just have marketing. Sticker Mule is a sticker company that sucks, right? Like, the CEO is basically the MyPillow guy. Customstickers.com is super good. Customsticker.com sucks. Customstickers.com is solid. Oh, yeah, I'm a collector there, Shogun. For sure. Yeah, I'm a collector. I'm using Linear right now. I don't know enough about it. For a solo project, it's overkill. It's massively overkill. I could just be using Trello and Kanban board, and it'd be fine. So yeah, but on a team project, I can definitely see the value. I can see a lot of value. I can see a lot of value. Oh, I get that, Pyro, but if you start a brand, right, you're going to need to make stickers, whether you use them or not. Do you have no ambition to start your own company or brand? Come on. So yeah, at least at that point, just don't use Sticker Mule. Super easy. Problem solved. Now you know. But yeah, Shogun, you're not wrong. The archive is from here to the left, so we got way too much shit in the archive. We're gonna have to actually go through it here at some point. Like, there's just too much shit in the archive. We're gonna have to throw them into the tab archive here, and then we can do some shit. And yeah, dude, someone mentioned a 2-in earlier. Yeah, we got it in there. I just forgot about it. The archive's huge, dude. Right? Both of them. And I will again. Oh, I absolutely will send out this sticker sheet again. I just need to get some more printed, and I'll have to throw a fucking QR code on there somewhere with my socials. I'm blowing it. I'm actually blowing it. I want to do custom beanies too. I just need to create a business so that I can get a wholesale license to buy beanies from one of these wholesalers so that I can sew on like a thing like this Neff bullshit, but make it say Mr. Sir, right? Obviously. Oh, it's fine, Shogun. Like, nah, man, you're not the first. Like, didn't you just look? Someone did the tab command. You are number, what was it? 591 to mention my tabs. It's okay. You're not the first. You won't be the last. It's all right, man. We're just drinking whiskey and chilling, and I yell a little bit. I got my oven heating up, and I'll be making some pizza, which is why we got onto the pizza subject. It goes up. See, light speed? It went up. I think we're good. I don't think you remember numbers that well. Which is fine. With the kid, you ditched it because you're scared of loss of income. You got 2 ideas. I mean, Pyro, you can always build stuff on the side as long as you have an agreement with your employer and as long as you white room these things. Work on your own shit. Never the twain shall meet. You never touch that thing on a work machine. There you go. It's actually really hard for them to claim any ownership if you use completely separate hardware. That's actually the rule. You make sure you do that. Oh, well, then that's even better. You can just work on stuff on your side time. Like while you're hanging out with us, you could be like coding a thing, dude. Why are you not building out an idea right now? Vibe code it. Or no code it. At least prove out the idea and then build it right. It costs you nothing. No, this is Chrome. So this right here is Chrome. Firefox is what I use for my chat. So that's where you're seeing the upper left thing, Firefox. That's my chat window. But my dev window is Chrome. Just because while I'm doing dev, like, dude, Firefox's dev tools just haven't caught up. Makes me sad. I use Firefox and Brave as my daily drivers in general. Technically, what I'm looking at you through, right, when I read your message here, when I'm looking you dead in the eyes, right, staring through your soul, I'm using Zen, which is a Firefox clone. I use anything other than Chrome as much as I can. But for dev, Chrome's dev tools they're hard to beat. Which is sad because technically, if you develop for Firefox, shit just works everywhere. If you develop for Chrome, shit breaks in other browsers. It's kind of a bummer. That's fine, Kenny. Like, you know, it's a Chrome-based thing, but at least it's not Chrome itself, so you're sticking it to the man in some way. You've noticed the opposite? Things work in Firefox but break on Chrome? I've never seen that. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what feature works in Firefox but doesn't work in Chrome? I've never seen that. I'm so curious about that now. They should be funding Zen. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. They should be at least sponsoring Zen in some way. Yes, 100%. Discord? Like the fact that... Ooh, yeah, the mod pizza joke is fucking nailing it. Dude, even B. Dougie. Oh, B. Dougie saw it. Oh, and he agrees. Yeah, damn right. Damn right. Dude, thank you, Nightshade. I appreciate you. That was a solid joke. That was really good. Yeah, CFO from Blizzard. I get it. Here's the thing. I know they're trying to go IPO, right? I do just have a little bit of an edge case, like, you know, benefit of the doubt, just, you know, devil's advocate. Like, literally at this point. Pushing microtransactions, maybe, I get it. Yes, the ads and the microtransactions suck. But can we just recognize that Discord is the place for gaming-focused Twitch streamers? And they have not been able to capitalize on that gaming focus. They've been hiring people, like they have a developer advocate role for the gaming bullshit and all that, right? No, oh, so that's the CFO that created Candy Crush? Oh, well, that sucks. Okay, that's way worse. Again, benefit of the doubt. I still think the current CEO was not capable of pivoting to a gaming-focused platform. I think that's a deficiency he has, and they've been having that problem for at least a year or two as they've been trying to pivot. And instead, can we just recognize that, yes, Discord's main thing is like, dude, as a community, if you're going to play a game with the rest of your community via Twitch or YouTube or whatever, Discord should be the number one place that you do that through. And they haven't made that pivot properly. By picking someone who is focused from a gaming company, could they make that pivot better? Maybe. Yeah, you see a shitload of ads coming soon, maybe. Like, totally. There's going to be an enshittification, for sure. It's going to suck. But I also think that Discord hasn't made the pivot to gaming in the way that they needed to. I know they have games you can play with your community, but they don't have things that are like the differentiator. They're just like shitty games. They're like bullshitty games. I think it would have been smarter if they had hired someone who was established at building an ecosystem of like community-made games. Because that's something they're focusing on. Like they are looking for a developer advocate that will help make content for people trying to make games for the platform. No, I get it. Like, I understand your point there, Pyro. You don't have to keep making it. All I'm trying to say as a counterpoint is that they need to focus on community collaborative games developed specifically for their platform. And if they do it right, they could be a niche competitor to Twitch. Or not to Twitch, sorry, to Steam. If they do it right. If they do it wrong, it's going to suck and no one's going to want to use it, right? Yeah, like Jackbox in Discord. They could focus on doing that just right. Like, if they were smart, they would buy Jackbox. They would totally just buy Jackbox, bring those devs in, bring them in-house, and have them just, like, keep iterating and building games out. Boom. Like, done. That's a genius fucking acquisition they could do. I'd be so surprised if they haven't already started having talks about that kind of shit. That's what I'm getting at, right? I know it's all doom and gloom and fucking memes and bullshit, but no one's trying to think deeper about it. They just want to hate. Can we at least, like, think a little bit instead of just jump on the hate bandwagon? I think so. I get it. But I'm just saying, like, your comments haven't been. Like, you know. There was nothing optimistic about your comments until you said you are optimistic. Right? Go back and reread them. You might have thought that, but you didn't type it. Discord is not trying to replace Slack. They have totally separate audiences. Yeah, 100%. Totally separate audiences. It's fine, Pyro. No worries. But yeah, I understand. You're upset. You're saying you're optimistic, but none of the things you've said are actually optimistic. And that was where I'm pushing back. I said these same comments talking to Melky yesterday, too, right? I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying there is a possibility for it to be a good thing. I don't know what percentage possibility that is. It's not a big one. But if they play their cards right, it could be good. I really do think, yes, they need to be the Jackbox. They need to buy Jackbox, you know? If they own Jackbox Games, their gaming platform would level the fuck up, you know? And I think that's their future. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but I could see that. They do have games. Yeah, you can totally launch a game with people in like your voice chat. You can just like start a game up. But the games they have suck, and they don't have a good community ecosystem, right? Like they're trying to build out their own basically like Apple walled garden for gaming. But they don't have developer advocates or DevRel making the case for that. Yes, they have a built-in poker game. Yep, absolutely. No, it's not even an add-on. It's built in. Yeah, it's totally a thing. They have a bunch of games like that. Exactly. But they're very generic and they're very like meh. They need more creative games. They need to incentivize devs building within their walled garden, right? They want to do the Apple thing. In my opinion, yeah, maybe the Blizzard CEO was a bad hire because they should have focused on someone who's actually built a walled garden like that before. That's fine. I'm saying it's their current CEO because he's been hired already. But he's just not good at building a walled garden because he hasn't built an ecosystem like that. Yeah, Pyro, I don't think you're listening to the words I'm saying. You just want to argue your point. If Valve ever considered acquiring Discord, that would have been smart. That would have been real smart. It could replace their entire fucking like social like platform. That's fine, but Pyro, the key to debate is actually listening to your opponent, not just making your own point. The best people at debate use other people's points and make counterpoints. They don't just say the same thing over and over again. Yeah. The delay doesn't make up for the fact that you've just been repeating yourself. Yeah, their community pages are really bad. Like, there's so much that Discord could add to Steam. Like, it's kind of crazy that Valve didn't just buy it, because Valve is like one of the richest companies in the world when it comes to like money they just have in the bank, you know? Like, they're no Apple, but yeah, like Valve's war chest is insane. Like a lot of companies operate on a loss or barely any profit. Valve and Apple make more money than they know what to do with. Oh, dude, it's not just Counter-Strike. Steam outpaces Counter-Strike in a crazy way. No, Steam makes way more money than Counter-Strike ever has. Counter-Strike is just a part of the pie. Steam is the cash cow. All right, so real quick, let me go throw some pizza in the oven. I don't mind these debates, but I do need some food in me. All right, remind me in like 3 to 5 minutes. So, Pyro, no, keep in mind, Steam gambling is separate. That's actually outside the scope of Counter-Strike because you can gamble with any of that shit. But yeah, Valve is a super lean company. 350 people at $6.5 billion a year? That's insane, dude. It's insane, dude. Yeah, Pyro, I get it, but you're still misunderstanding. How much of that 6.5 billion do you think Counter-Strike is? Just look it up. You said you're a researcher. Look it up. Look it up. Give us a number. Give us a link. Like, come on, man. How much of that 6.5 billion is Counter-Strike? I would doubt more than 500 million. Right? Like, come on, dude. You said you do the research. Do it. Do the research. Okay, 1 billion a year. Even then, it's not the majority. But I was conservative on 500. That's my bad. But yes, Pyro, I'm really curious. I would love to see some numbers when you find them because I don't want to do that research here on stream because we got other shit we got to do. We got other rants we got to make. Yeah. And they're right here in Bellevue. Like, dude, they're like 10 minutes away. Like, yeah. That is a company I would massively consider working for. And if they acquired Discord, well, then they would need a developer advocate to help build some of their Discord games. But Coffee Burritos, Shogun, Chicken Slayer, I missed a couple. Newfic, thank you all for those follows. I know I'm massively late on a couple. But Shogun and Coffee recently, thank you. Boo, 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 boo. Hey, and yeah, Snake Eater. I don't remember the name specifically. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine, Pyro, but they make 6.5 billion a year. 450 is not their main cash cow. Just look at the numbers, dude. That's all I'm getting at, Pyro. Just think about this shit. Do the math. Do the research. Your point was that it's their main cash cow. It isn't. It totally isn't, dude. So yeah, Snake Eater. I helped you work through some stuff in your first job in like 2020, sure. You since have started crushing it. You just want to credit me for helping you? Nah, dude, like, you did that on your own. You asked the right question, and I decided to answer something. Sure. Seattle's an okay city. Seattle's expensive. It's fine, Snake Eater. Yeah, for sure, man. 150K in Seattle is not living as pretty as you would think. It's nice. You can put some money away each month unless you go out to eat every night. 250K, all right. You're sitting pretty good. Yeah, Seattle is probably cheaper than LA. LA. I mean, I pay $3,000 a month for a 1.5 bedroom apartment. And I'm in Redmond. I'm not even like downtown Seattle. Yeah, Seattle's a pretty expensive like cost of living city. That's why I'm saying 150K a year is not set for life. If I was in Oklahoma, woo, I'd own a house. Like, oh my god. Charleston is middle of the road? Sure. There you go, Pyro. But, dude, 10% is not the majority. It's not their biggest cash cow, right? So, Pyro, you understand what I was saying and why I was pushing back now, yeah? Why other people in chat were pushing back as well, right? I want to own something at some point because I want my money to go towards some kind of equity. At the end of the day, if it goes towards some kind of equity, I can sell that eventually. I don't mind a condo. I would happily buy into a condo as long as the HOA isn't too high. Yeah, the goal is build some equity. Yeah. Like renting, that money is just pissed down the sink. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. My credit's fine. Dude, my credit's good. I'm at like 750 or some shit. My credit's good. Cost of a house is way too high. That's what it is there, like. I could buy a condo for like 400K. I'd be paying like $3,000 a month in mortgage, you know? But it'd be better, you know? You bought for 650? Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't afford that. I know that. I know I can't afford that. If I had bought back in like 2020 or something, well then, yeah, interest rate would have been like 1% or some shit, and then I'd be good. It depends. Yeah, condos can be good and bad. It depends, right? HOA, and you look at the value and blah, blah, blah. Like, you can't be broad about those things. It's all specific about the place. HOA is the small fry? I'm not so sure about that. I don't know, man. So, what we see here is a Big Mario's slice. That is an East Coast style slice. I got two of them. One of them's a little smaller, but man, the pepperoni is super good. Yeah. Oh, I will be eating it all up. Oh, absolutely. Oh, you know what? I should have let it cook longer. It's a little floppy still. It's fine. We'll let it go. No, I've never lived in Colorado. I've visited, but I've been in the Seattle area most of my adult life. Yeah, Bowerang knows Big Mario's here in Seattle. Maybe Pyro. I don't know. The HOA covers a lot of the general cost of living upkeep stuff. Ooh, I think you're still misunderstanding it. Yeah, outer walls, roof, yeah, a bunch of shit, actually. Yeah, way more than just mowing. If someone else's apartment catches fire, yours is covered because of the HOA. Now, you still probably want to get other stuff because that's where your like homeowner's insurance comes in. But the HOA's insurance covers a bunch of shit too. All right, so hold on. Let's get some other music going. I don't know. What should we listen to real quick? So Pyro, what upkeep are you talking about that isn't the standard upkeep you'd have to have in a home, like a house? Like painting the walls, water heater, etc. No, roof is part of the HOA. Someone else already called that out. If you're in a, like, keep in mind, it depends on your, like, lease agreement then, Pyro. Depends on where you live. If you're in a fucking skyscraper, you don't have a roof to worry about. If you're on the 30th floor of a 40-floor building, your roof doesn't matter. Pyro, the HOA is what I'm talking about. The HOA is responsible for the outer upkeep, like the roof. I think you're just mixing up a bunch of shit. Like, Pyro, like, why are you so argumentative today, dude? Like, Pyro, why are you so argumentative today? First it was about the pizza. Now it's about foreclosure, and you worked in a bank, so obviously you know. Like, we can't know anything because you work in a bank. No, you're giving us your opinion and your experience. These are not facts. These are anecdotal. Learn the difference between anecdotal evidence and facts. Please. Please. Please learn the difference, dude. But Pyro, like, be more fun to talk to. God damn, dude. All right. Fuck off, Pyro. We've given you too many chances, man. Fuck off, dude. Like, dude, fuck off. I was so patient, man. It's not the first time we've had a problem with Pyro either, right? I thought it was me the first time, but I don't know, dude. First it was the pizza. Obviously. No. Obviously, deep dish is Chicago pizza. Nah. Like, he just wanted to argue tonight. It's so weird, dude. Nobody can be right about something that he has any experience about, even though he doesn't actually have the experience about it when it came to the pizza. So then why would we believe him when it comes to this other thing too? Because he's been so adamant and so wrong. It's just so weird, man. Yeah, back to the Primogen. Primogen's not going right now. Go for it, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Have fun, Pyro. Watch a stream that's not live right now, I guess. Pyro enjoys the Primogen stream because the Primogen will just ignore him rather than engage him. So Pyro can feel right because no one's pushing back. That's the main thing. Prime would just ignore him. My bad for engaging. Shit. Fuck me, right? All right, let's get some music going, though. I know. How dare I? How dare I have an opinion that disagrees with him? Oh, my God. Whatever would I do? I know. Like, no matter what we talked about, Pyro was going to argue. Right? First it was the pizza. Then it was fucking Steam and the Counter-Strike thing. And then, finally, something where they've obviously got more experience than me, so they should listen, like, I should listen. But, dude, you've been wrong twice. Like, why would we listen on the third time? I don't know, it's just weird, dude. Yeah, welcome to the internet. Welcome to the internet. But not the first time we've had a problem with Pyro. Not the first time we've had a Pyro problem. Fuck me for giving people the benefit of the doubt. All right, hold on. So let's get some music on. What kind of music are we thinking? Ooh. This is a solid one. And yeah, Ethan, right? Imagine being at a bar with him. Ooh, hold on. Which Pablo Picasso there, Lake? Are you talking about the Modern Lovers song? Or are you talking about the Citizen Cope song? Hmm. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. Touche. And yeah, how soon for gaming? I don't know. I want to get this. I'm gonna get this dialogue going. Damn, it is 9 p.m. already. Yeah, these arguments, they really do chew up the time, don't they? That's the main thing there. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. Enjoy. Yeah, yeah, we'll see you later. No, Phoenix is closer to Ruby on Rails or Laravel. feel like a lot of these like food tweets are from bots. Okay. Yeah, I like this so far. How do we feel about it? Yeah, I feel like it's all right so far. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, English only, please. It's fine. Something about the hours? Are you asking what time it is today? Or like where I'm at? What time is it for me? That is that Portuguese? Because that I don't know, that doesn't look like Spanish. Like the Oras and K, sure. But yeah, the first two words seem Portuguese to me. And you mentioned you're from Brazil, so Portuguese would make sense. Okay. No, I appreciate it, Gemma. Like, yeah, totally. Like, you said sorry already. You don't gotta double down on the sorry. I get it. I was just trying to understand. Did you mean to type that in like another chat? If so, I get it. Ah, when does the stream end? I'm gonna say pretty soon. I'll be over on the gaming stream here in a little bit. But I want to build out the rest of this UI bit. All right, so yeah, this is a little. Yeah, I don't know. This music's a little too mellow at the moment. We might play something else. Jesus Christ, like this person is spamming the fuck out of everything. But yeah, what's the deal here? Why is this not going full width? Yeah, I think I want to make this W full. Yes. I'm sorry, Stack Overchill. They did that as a mistake. English only, please. That's why they were saying sorry. We do prefer English only here. Just so that everyone understands what everyone's saying. I understood a little bit about what they were saying, but we prefer English only here, just so everyone's on the same page. Sorry about that. Like, you're not banned, but I have no idea what you're saying there. No. Jamao knows. They speak enough English. They know what I'm saying. Australian, English, and American. I mean, Australian is definitely its own language, for sure. I don't understand Aussies half the time, for sure. How do y'all feel about the music? Should I find something better? I wouldn't consider this country. It is putting you to sleep. Alright, so hold on. Should I put on some Primus? You won't be able to sleep for days. Okay, I get it. Alright, yeah, we'll put some other stuff on. I get it. It's like late. Slipknot? No, I'm not going to play Slipknot, but Primus maybe. Instead, what can we do without lyrics? Because I don't want to hear any lyrics at the moment. I think I got something for you. Okay, it starts out way heavier than it should. I might have to skip this song. This song sucks. Here we go. All right. Finally, a melody. All right, no, I'm skipping. Sorry. They get better. They're better than that. I prefer their other stuff. I prefer early Russian circles. Oh, so you've listened to Tool before. Nice. Yeah, nice, Stack Overchill. I get it. Yeah, totally. Boom, roasted. Sorry, right? There's definitely Tool songs like that for sure. It gets good. Just 12 minutes later, you're set. Okay, guys, are you going to talk the entire time? Okay, no, they are talking. That's like, here we go. Here's an actual song. It's so little heavy. Yeah, I mean, Jama, you're from Brazil, so like you're obviously a Sepultura fan, right? So this is right up your alley. I love the fact that I can actually profile someone that way. And it's actually true. Yeah, you're from Brazil. Either you like weird ass techno or you like Sepultura. There's no in between. Ooh, holy shit. I didn't realize that this technique I did as a drummer is something other drummers do. This dude's sitting there hammering the hi-hat and he's hitting like the floor tom on the side and then doing the snare. Dude, that's something I used to do back in the day. I thought it was just me fucking up. I just thought it was me being a bad drummer. Okay, cool. I thought it was me being bad at like the double kick bass, so I had to hit the floor tom to like fill the gap. I'm terrible at the double kick drum. I'm like, dude, I'm a really bad drummer. Well, this is not Sepultura. This is Russian Circles, but it's a very Sepultura vibe, right? Right? We'd be hearing the singer, what, Max Cavalera or whatever? We'd be hearing him going like and shit by now, right? If this was Sepultura. No, I know Sepultura. Like, I'm, yeah. Dude, are you not aware? Hold on. That's me in 1999. Maybe 98. Yeah, that dude knows about Sepultura. That dude listened to Korn. He actually fucking hates Follow the Leader. They should go back to their roots. Fucking like self-titled and whatever Adidas was on. I forget the name of that album. Right? Let me just show it again. That dude has strong opinions about Korn and how they sold the fuck out with Follow the Leader. This dude still has those opinions. But I've mellowed out on him a bit. I've pushed back and said like how much I hate fitness influencers. Yeah, it's because I was that dude. That dude is so goddamn counterculture. Was I lecturing about X versus Y? No, I didn't understand X versus Y properly back then. I totally bought into X versus Y bullshit. Fuck Creed. Like, real quick. Like, yeah, obviously. That's whatever the Y is, and basically anything's better than Creed. That's the X versus Y I got into back then. Fuck Creed. POD? Fuck you. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. POD? Ugh. Gross. Here we go. Here's the next song from this audio tree thing. I don't know. I'm not actually a big fan. Incubus was actually good. Yeah. Yeah, I was into Incubus, for sure. Like, dude. Early Incubus especially. Science? Oh my god. That's a perfect album besides one song. Make Yourself is a perfect album besides one song. And then there was Morning View that was, yeah, they had 5 songs that were good. And then there was Murder of Crows that sucked. Megalomaniac is solid. There's maybe 2 or 3 songs on Murder of Crows that's all right. And then I didn't listen to anything after that. Dude, this song is such a different vibe. This is the... Well, we'll see how they go with this song, but this is the Russian Circles I was looking for. Sorry for how heavy the other stuff was. Yeah, I was never into, like, everything being, like, too hardcore, you know? Like, there's only a couple Pantera songs I like. At the Drive-In, their best album's Relationship of Command, which is, they were basically Mars Volta at that point. Relationship of Command is almost a perfect album, for sure. But I didn't like early at the Drive-In. Ooh, fuck no, I completely disagree, Lake. Freak on a Leash is off of Follow the Leader. I think Follow the Leader is when Korn lost their way. They tried to be a fucking, like... They were trying too hard to get on Total Request Live. No. No, thank you. I'm sorry. We can disagree. It's okay, Lake. We don't have to like the same stuff. The world would suck if we did. But I simply disagree. If you consider early Korn, their first 2 albums versus Follow the Leader, dude. No, thank you. Yeah. I'll pass. But this is the Russian Circles I came here for. There we go. We'll see how this one goes. They'll probably get heavier. Yeah, I'm 40. So I got into Korn in their early days. But it's like the opposite. I like Tool. You know, Undertow's a good album. Opiate's a good album. But Enema is their fucking masterpiece. Stuff after that, right? Lateralis is good. 10,000 Days, meh. And everything after that, eh. I could leave it. I'm okay with it. System of a Down. Sugar is solid. I didn't really get into System of a Down until the album that had Chop Suey on it. Chop Suey is a perfect song, right? A bunch of other songs. Like, honestly, on their first album, or the one before it, or whatever, Sugar and Spiders are perfect songs, but the rest of the album, I could leave. Yeah, I'm 40. I'll actually be 41 in 2 months. Like, 2 months exactly. I got the hairline to prove it. Technically, here's the thing. I went, like, in high school, I knew people with a worse hairline than what I got right now, which is insane. Like, I knew people that could grow a full fucking beard in high school, and I can't even grow anything on my cheeks. Like, dude, this mustache is like 9 months in the making. Do I feel 40? Fuck no, dude. Nah, man. Like, it's kind of insane how good I feel on a snowboard. Like, when I go snowboard, dude, I ride like a fucking 20-year-old. Like, it's crazy, dude. I still snowboard like a fucking 20-year-old that's been snowboarding for like 10 years, you know? Like, I am graceful on a snowboard. It's almost like Kurt Vonnegut. If you've ever read Kurt Vonnegut, he starts out with a preface on... Yeah, I'll link my... This is my sponsor me video. No, that's not it. Hold on. Here you go. This is my sponsor me video from 2006. Right? Kurt Vonnegut has a preface to one of his stories, I forget which, in which he says, like, you know, I am a ridiculous, homunculus, like, I'm paraphrasing, like, I'm a ridiculous individual in general. But in water, I am graceful. I embody that, except I'm ridiculous everywhere but on the snow. On a snowboard, I am graceful. It's really nice. I feel really young when I snowboard still. Besides the fact that I'm fatter than I should be, so I can't get some of my grabs like I used to. But that's just core exercise that I got to do. Deftones. Deftones, the first two albums are perfect. So Adrenaline and Around the Fur are perfect albums besides one or two songs. White Pony, it's got maybe 2 or 3 songs I like, and then anything beyond that, nah, I'm not a fan. All right. So that was it. That was a solid song. That was actually pretty damn good. That was the Russian Circles I was trying to play for y'all. The first 2 songs were way too heavy. So, sorry about that. Let's try and get something else cool going. All Them Witches? But yeah, I gave you guys the link. Yeah. That's my sponsor me video from, 2006. I believe YouTube launched in 2006. So that video is old as fuck. I get it, Sec over chill. Yeah, you like heavier stuff. I would point out, if you don't like the music I'm playing, YouTube might be a good place, because I chat, but my music doesn't make it to the YouTube. So you can listen to whatever music you want in the background there. Just throwing it out there. If you want to, like, participate in the community, but you don't like the music I play, YouTube's actually the place for you. You know, I totally get it. Yeah, the Powerline Sour was actually one of the easiest things I've done. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Those first ones were way too heavy. Yeah. But oh, Dat Nerd, Mr. Sir, how you doing? We're going way too late here on stream. I thought I might go play some games tonight, but I don't know if it'll happen. We might just hang out here, building out features and ranting about music. That actually sounds like a solid Friday night to me. Yeah, you can pop out the chat from Twitch and still chat here if you want to just lurk and have the audio over on YouTube. There are ways to enjoy the stream without having to listen to my music. I understand music is very subjective, and if you like other stuff, yeah, YouTube's the best place to do your own thing. No judgment. Actually, I appreciate it if you're over on the YouTube. Like, the 3 people over there, you guys are killing it. Thank you. Right? I hit full partner on YouTube just by streaming. Technically, I need to make some actual videos. But y'all watching over on YouTube helped get me to partner on YouTube, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I know, right, Dat Nerd? Like, man, it's super cool. My projection for profit from the ads on YouTube is like a whole like $6 for the month. Yeah. I'll be retiring from my job here soon, totally. But I do appreciate it. Yeah, the VODs go to YouTube, absolutely. Yeah, the VODs on YouTube are persisted. Here on Twitch, you need to be a sub to actually see them. But neither of them have the music, so you can listen to whatever you want. Is what it is. If I drank coffee, maybe, Dat Nerd. Yeah. That's actually a problem. Like, I'm getting back into dating. Shit, what do I do if I don't drink coffee? Fuck. You know, like, oh my god. What do I even do? But yeah, what were you up to today there, Dat Nerd? Yeah, we did the shout out. Let me look at your description. Python Day, cleaning up some crufty JSON files. Part 2, the finale. Okay. Ooh, see, here's the thing. I don't mind the smell of coffee. I just don't want to drink it. I don't mind the smell of coffee. Yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm totally okay with the smell of coffee. Coffee does things to my gastrointestinal system. Gastrointestinal. Things that you would normally need some kind of pharmaceutical or prunes for, etc. And I actually like coffee to do that for me because I can just drink a coffee. Yeah, exactly. Coffee cleans me out. Like, it's gnarly. If I'm stopped up, coffee. Ooh, sugar-free Haribo gummy bears. Touche. Also similar. Yep. Those are... They're not candy. They're a pharmaceutical in disguise. For sure. There you go, Jama. Like, this is very much like Stoner Rock. Absolutely. Yeah. This is Stoner Rock. All them witches, this is Stoner Rock. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, coffee cleans me out. It's like a dump of my entire system. It's brutal, actually. Yeah, for sure. I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just being honest. Yeah, I use coffee for that. Like, I use coffee medicinally. If I've been traveling and I haven't found a good place to pray to the porcelain altar, then yes, when I get home, I'll absolutely go get one of those like Starbucks Frappuccinos in like the glass bottle. And yeah, praying to the porcelain altar, you guys know what I'm talking about. That's the thing. Medicinal coffee. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, I need terminal coffee to release a specific blend just for that, right? They could call it the cash flush. Or flush the cash. Or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. Whatever terminal coffee wants to call it. Yeah, just give me that. Specially brewed for people that use coffee medicinally. I'm in. I'll take it. Ooh, Surly, here's the thing. You won't be able to poop without it. You'll be stopped up. You try quitting coffee for 3 days. I dare you. I dare you. I'm willing to bet money that you're actually dependent on the coffee to establish a rhythm. Same thing happens with people that smoke cigarettes. That's actually the hardest part of quitting cigarettes. Regular bowel movements. Tell me I'm wrong. Google it. Yeah, like, no, it's absolutely a thing. Cigarettes and coffee, same exact thing. If you're addicted to both, good luck. You quit both at the same time, you'll never poop again. I think you can die that way. I know, sorry. We're having some good gross conversations. I blame the whiskey, but no, these are conversations I'd have any time of day. For sure. Like, no, this is just me. I wish I could blame the whiskey. No, you're totally right, Lightspeed. Yeah. Which I believe has led to what I've seen in San Diego. It was the day after TwitchCon. I'm walking around San Diego, just like, it's morning. They're like spraying the sidewalks. And I saw, I'm not kidding, the largest chunk of fecal matter I've ever seen. That was a heroin user who was coming down. I'm not kidding. Like, dude. It was insane. It was fucking insane. Yeah. Yep. Same thing with methamphetamines. Like 100%. I don't know what it is. I have no idea why. I have no clue. But both of those two drugs make it to where you just don't poop. Maybe it's because it dehydrates you? I could see that. I have no idea. I know it's a big thing in the movie Spun. Like, it's a big joke in the movie Spun. The movie Spun is not a funny film. They just have like a moment or two that are funny. It's actually a really fucking depressing film. I would not recommend watching it. Nah, man. No. It's like, Requiem for a Dream. It might have a good funny moment or two. But no, you watch it and you just feel morose. Like nothing is okay in the world, you know? It's crazy how films have that power. Or at least for people that like watching films. If you don't like watching movies, then I get it. Okay. Sure. They don't have an effect. All right, so what I want to do before we wrap up completely... Yeah, like some movies just do that. Yeah, for sure. Adolescence on Netflix? I don't have Netflix. I've actually been considering paying for Netflix just to watch I Think You Should Leave. That show looks so damn good. Like, I was hooked the moment I saw the Bachelor episode. Or no, it's not The Bachelor, but it's like a spoof of one of those dating shows. And it's like, what's your name? I think you should leave. Because it seems like you're just here for the zip line. Right? And it just shows the clips and he's just doing the zip line. Like, dude, the zip line bit is so fucking good, dude. Like, oh my God. Lightspeed, maybe you're talking about something that is not necessarily legal, in which case we don't want to talk about it here on stream. And also, yes, I spent my 20s as a snowboard bum where I couldn't afford anything. Nowadays, I pay for things because I can't afford them. I consider that a moment of morals, right? When you're broke, do whatever you want. Like, watch whatever content. If you can afford it, you should pay for it. It's why I don't walk onto golf courses anymore, you know? I used to. I'm still, like, in the hole of how many times I've walked onto a golf course versus the times I've paid. No, I still owe. So I still pay, right? I used to walk onto golf courses 2 or 3 times a week. And that doesn't even compare to the amount of sailing the high seas I used to do. But I don't do it anymore. And we're way past the statute of limitations. But yes, I'm a software dev now. I can afford this. I can totally afford this. No, Lightspeed, it's one of those things, like, Google doesn't decide, but no, man, like, it's just not something I want to do or endorse here on Twitch, especially because technically that's a bannable offense by promoting that stuff. So, Lightspeed, I would please ask you to recognize it's not something we want to talk about here. But it's also just something I don't do anymore. I will pay for Netflix before I would do that. I have the money. Back when I didn't, I could justify it. Now that I do, I can't justify it. You live by your own set of morals. You do whatever you want, but I'm not going to promote it here. So, Jacob, you're saying episode 1 of the new season of Black Mirror will also make me feel a bit morose. I agree. Yeah, I don't doubt you whatsoever. All right, hold on. These guys are talking too much. Let's play some music. There we go. There we go. So, Lightspeed, I'm not trying to tell you or anyone else how to live. You guys consume content on your own time. I don't want to promote that shit here, though. Does that make sense? I should watch Pantheon? What is Pantheon? Besides... No. So, Diogenes, like, if it's a show that you can legitimately watch on a platform, yeah, you can totally let me know that. I'm okay with that. I'm just not going to do anything outside the realm of legality. At this point. Because I can afford to do so, right? I can afford to pay to watch content. Morally and ethically, I should. I'm not trying to tell other people how they should live morally and ethically. I'm only saying how I live morally and ethically. No, it is definitely not okay, Lightspeed. Just because you can find it on Google doesn't make it legitimate. Like, not even close, dude. Like, no. No, not even close. But again, I'm not trying to lecture you. You don't do whatever you want. We just don't want to promote it here. That's all. Exactly, right? But yes, I haven't seen any Black Mirror. I haven't seen a single episode of Black Mirror, Jacob, over on YouTube. You know, for people that don't see their comment, I haven't seen a single episode of Black Mirror. That is another show that I would happily subscribe to Netflix for to binge and then maybe unsubscribe. I don't think. What's the show? The 80s one with like the kids. It's like the 80s based like kids show. Winona Ryder's like the mom or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I don't remember the name right now. I wouldn't pay for Netflix to watch that. I'll wait till it goes free on Tubi or something, right? Like something legitimate. Stranger Things. Yeah, I wouldn't pay to see Stranger Things. If it goes free on Tubi TV or Pluto or one of those channels that is legitimate, yeah, I'll watch it there. I'm good. Like, no thanks. Yeah, Black Mirror is one of those shows. I Think You Should Leave is one of those shows. The Apple show, Severance, I would absolutely watch. And pay for, you know? It comes down to it, like, you can pick and choose. I've seen too many bad films just because it was free. Like, back when I sailed the seven seas, I watched every single Underworld film. I didn't even like them. I think they're actually kind of shit. They actually kind of suck. But I watched every single one. Because it was free. At the time, for me, in the way I lived. But would I pay to see an Underworld film? Fuck no. Hell no. Ugh. Gross. Yeah. I even had someone ask, like, why are you watching it if you don't even like it? I don't have a good answer to that. No, I can't answer that question, but I'm going to do it. No, that's fine, Stack Overchill. Like, content is so broad, you get to decide what you would watch and pay for. Stranger Things isn't something I would pay for and watch. Personally. It's just me. Whatever. These guys are some solid stoner rock, though. Oh man, this is a good band. I like this. Am I into animated stuff? Depends on the animation. Honestly, I would pay for Netflix to watch the Cyberpunk show and the League of Legends show. I would absolutely, yeah, like, there are a bunch of shows on Netflix that I would pay for Netflix for like a month or two. I'd binge them, and then I'm done. We're good. Yeah, they seem really fucking good. Diogenes. Like, is that the reason you were asking? Because, yes, those are part of the reason I'm considering paying for a Netflix subscription for a little bit. So, Pantheon, what is Pantheon? And bear in mind, I do have to go pee, so give me just a second. I'll be right back. And yeah, I guess I'm not playing games tonight. We'll see. We'll see. But I gotta pee. Okay, sorry about that. I really had to go pee. Whew. It's a grounded film set in the near future. Some company called Logarithms has invented a way to upload your minds to a computer. And yeah, please no spoilers. If, like, the premise is something we could read anywhere, but yeah, like, please no spoilers. Any of the, like, so this song is part of that performance. Yeah, it's like a live version, so you won't find it on Shazam because it's like mixed differently and they got like a keyboardist and all that. But Radrian, if you're ever into a song here on stream, I pretty much don't play anything in a way that you can't use the song command. So YouTube, Bandcamp, if there's some other thing, I'll just add it to my songbot. So if you're ever curious about a song we're playing, just do the song command. Yeah, All Them Witches, solid band, but dude, I've never heard them with a keyboardist. Like, this Rhodes organ is super good. Like, ooh, I'm loving it. Damn, the Rhodes organ sound is killing it. This is one of my favorite, like, keyboard sounds in general. The Rhodes, like, organ or whatever it is. Like, oh, love it. Have I seen Upload? No. So yeah, Radrian, did you see the link? It's above your tried to Shazam comment. It's just up there. Just go ahead and check. Better or worse, we don't need to debate that, Diogenes. We should probably all see both, right? No big deal. I think they live in their own special, like, niche. Okay, cool, Radrian. I just want to make sure. One thing to recognize is that so Upload is more of a comedy show, and then Pantheon is more serious. Is that a good way to, like, recognize the difference there? But I also want to point out that streaming companies are getting into the same thing that, like, Hollywood studios have been doing for ages, right? Like, Armageddon and Deep Impact released at the same time, right? Like, Hollywood's been doing this shit for ages. The Day After Tomorrow in 2012 released at the same time. It's just simply two studios that buy a competing script against each other and try and release around the same time to fucking try and beat the other one. That shit's existed since time immemorial, or at least as far as, like, major film studios have existed, right? To try and pit one versus the other is wrong, because you can appreciate both. In fact, it's actually good that they were challenging each other, right? Dodgeball and Anchorman. Both amazing films. I actually think Dodgeball is more rewatchable, you know? No. So, hold on. Diogenes, I don't know when the shows you're talking about were released, right? Upload versus the other thing. I'm not trying to say that. I am just pointing out that streaming studios are falling into a similar pattern that has existed. Whether they're lining up yet, I'm not making that argument. I'm just pointing out that they do compete with each other, whether the timing is the same or not. Streaming studios are absolutely booking similar things against each other at this point. In the same way that Hollywood film studios were doing it for the previous 30 years. Yeah, they're the new cable. Exactly. They're just figuring out their timing better. So just because they haven't, like, synced up yet doesn't mean they won't. But they still, like, try and compete with each other's niches in some way, right? Like, I don't know, Future Man and Stranger Things kind of came out around the same time. Not exactly the same year or whatever. They're both really nostalgic shows, but they have different vibes. I would actually put them against each other. Comparatively, though. But we can disagree if you want. That's okay. I work for GitKraken. I don't write software for GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate. So I talk about GitKraken. I make videos about GitKraken. I listen to your feedback and things that you like or dislike about GitKraken, and I bring it to the team. As a developer advocate, my role is very fuzzy. The main thing they expect of me is content. But I think the value I deliver is actually being out here every day talking to devs. There's not a single person at the company that talks to external developers every single day like I do. Like, they have to pay people to hop on a call and talk about shit. Like, I think in general, if you wanted to give me your, like, opinion about GitKraken and hop on a call and record it, in general, most of the people out here in chat would just do it because they want to just chat and hang out. Like, I don't got to pay for it, you know? Whereas brands have to pay for this shit. They have to pay to talk to real devs. I talk to real devs every day, you know? That's the value I bring to the table. And I've been a dev, so I have more value in that respect and understanding what devs deal with than the rest of the product marketing team I work with. Not to say, like, they're not good at what they do. They're amazing at what they do. Like, they're better at what they do than what I try to do that is similar. The thing I do better is, yeah, I talk to devs every day. I work on software every day. Oh, Black Girl Bites is amazing. Yes, yeah. She's currently at like that Square company, but she's like she's at Square, but she's in like a separate thing, right? Yeah, Block. There you go, Block. Yep. Yeah, Black Girl Bites is great. I got to meet her at SquiggleConf last year. She's awesome. Yeah, super cool, dude. Yeah, like, dev advocacy is actually a small niche. We kind of, like, all know each other through only a couple degrees of separation. You know, it's a very small world. Absolutely. The thing that I have over a lot of other dev advocates is that I write software. I write real software, not just demo projects. And I do that live here on stream every day, or 5 days a week. And that is so separate from a lot of other developer advocates that just give talks, that just build demos. And I think there's value to that. But again, that's just my opinion, man. I could be totally wrong. All right, hold on. So let's get some more music going before we keep moving on. That was some good music. That was solid. What kind of stuff do we want to listen to? Similar? So yeah, hold on. Diogenes, when you say that's what you see with dev advocates, like, they build demo projects, but they're not necessarily, like, tuned into the day-to-day of a dev. That's my understanding of general dev advocacy, but I may be painting it with a broad brush. So I don't know for sure. But we do want to get some more music going. What music do we want to play? Usually they were devs. They were, but like some of the people I know who've been doing DevRel or dev advocacy for so long, they're so far separated from being a dev that they lack perspective. And that's one of the biggest things that I really respect and like about the company I'm at. The CEO of my company was like, dude, yeah, you're a developer advocate, but we got to get you on some projects so you can like maintain your chops and stay relevant, you know? I don't know if I've specifically said this to him, but like, dude, I stream coding and I code every day. We don't need to do that at the company to maintain my chops. Like, I'm already doing that. But I loved the fact that he was thinking that way, which is really cool. Like, yeah, I like the company I'm at. I like all the people I work with. I like the CEO. The CEO seems like he really does understand. Like, yeah, it's just really cool. I like the company. Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem I have is that most of my projects, I'm a solo dev. And I think our product actually shines when you're working on a team. So I don't get a chance to demo a lot of the best parts of our projects here on stream because I'm a solo dev, right? Like, yeah, Get Kraken's focus is really teamwork, working better together, like all that stuff. So that is something where, yeah, it'd be better if I had some like projects like that to work on. All right, how about this? Let's switch to some 80s shit. Unless you guys really want me to find some more chunky stuff. What do you think? 80s or chunky? And when I say chunky, I mean like grungy, like garage rocky stoner rock. 80s? Chunky? All right, we need someone to break the tie. Bueller. All right, so 80s Hall & Oates 80s? I was going to say Tears for Fears 80s. We'll at least do this song. All right, we'll mix it up. We'll alternate, right? We'll do 80s and then we'll do chunky and then we'll do 80s and then we'll do chunky. Yeah, we'll flip it. If I'm at a karaoke bar and I feel like people have been assaulting my ears all night, I'll assault their ears with me singing Tears for Fears. Right? We can go tit for tat. You've assaulted my ears all night. You're going to have to listen to me to hear it. You're going to have to listen to me singing this shit. It gets bad. When I try and hit these notes, oh, it's bad. This part I can do. This part I can't. It's in the middle between my falsetto and my regular voice, so it gets really bad. Meanwhile, if I'm on a date, the deal sealer is Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. A video of me singing this? No, I don't have a video of that. Sorry. It used to be something you could see at 3 a.m. my time when I didn't worry about my neighbors. But now that I got neighbors that care, well, shit. We don't do karaoke time anymore. Because it would go till 4 a.m. And again, yeah, neighbors hated it. One of these days, if I end up buying a place, I'll soundproof the fuck out of my stream room, and then I can sing anything I want. No, I didn't, Surly. What was your question? I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, Surly. I got sidetracked. What is GK? What does it give you as a dev? So, Surly, I think the biggest benefit is, and hold on, let me just show you real quick. Do you work on multiple repos at a time? If so, my favorite feature is Launchpad. And that is where, at least on your personal, you can see every PR assigned to you, right, in one place. So, right, every PR, every issue. Technically, I don't have any PRs there, but what about issues? Yeah, right? Launchpad is our best feature. I know, the company wants me to hype up our AI shit, and the AI stuff's cool. Launchpad's better. I've worked on too many projects where there's multiple repos I got to deal with. I'm at an agency and I got I'm juggling. Oh my God. Can I just see the PRs I got to review? Cool, man. Oh, did I review it? Can I just snooze it? That kind of thing. in my opinion, Launchpad is our best feature. So, Surly, if you want to give it a shot, you can sign up for a free trial and just do it. You know, no big deal. And if it doesn't work for you now, the free trial like renews later. So, in a month or two, you decide you want to try it again. You can just redo the trial. I think that's the smartest thing they've ever done, letting people redo a trial, because I've heard other people say, like, yeah, you know, I wasn't sold, I kept trying it, and then all of a sudden it clicked. I tried it again, and oh my god, now I can't live without it. Smartest thing they've ever done. Allowing people to retry over time. But, Surly, don't use it just because I'm saying it's cool, right? If there's a feature you really like or things, like, I'm happy to tell you more about it. But I've already talked a little too much today about it earlier, and I don't want to, like, bore people with it. But if you want to ever, like, hop on a call or just, you know, I can go into it on Gaming Stream anytime you want. Any of that shit, just let me know. And maybe tomorrow is a fresh day and I can talk about it again. But I don't want to go too deep today. We already went really deep earlier. Like, I'm not trying to shill it. I work for the company and they pay me to talk about it, but, like, come on. They're not paying me to sell my soul. All right, so we heard that song. I said we would switch it between chunky and 80s. Here's a chunky song that someone mentioned while I was at, like, the after bar party thing last night, where, like, it wasn't the after party, but, like, I made it the after party because I just went anywhere else. Dude, I hadn't heard this song in, like, 10 years. I missed it so much. God, this is such a 90s bop. Anyone remember this from the 90s? Damn right. This is a bop. All right, so what I want to do is I want to build this UI out a little further. I want this to fade, and I want, like, the two lines that we're going to have there also, like, fade in, kind of like this is fading, but I want the skeleton to, like, happen globally. So we got a little bit to do, right? Our skeleton component needs some styling. Right? BG's secondary background. Nah, 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 nah. BG gray. Let's make it 7 hundo. And then, yeah, border. What about border gray? 7 hundo as well. Ooh, nailed it. Should I make it 5 hundo? Ooh, 5 hundo. 5 hundo, nailed it. All right. Sorry, dude, I love this shit. I talked to a random person at a bar last night, and they reminded me how good this song is. Like, dude. All right. So I lied. I said we were going to alternate. We're going to listen to some Helmet real quick, too. Oh, yeah, Swag Dev. No, we're going late, actually. And I'm sorry to the people that wanted to play some games with me. I know, I'm fucking up. I actually really wanted to play some Last Epoch with y'all, too. But I had to cut stream short last night, so now we're making up for lost time. Hey, nah, thank you, Diogenes. I appreciate it. I am Sunny. Thank you for the follow as well. Actually, I am Sunny. I feel like you said something as you came in. Did I forget to acknowledge you? You just said, hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up, man? And yeah, thank you, Diogenes. No, I appreciate that. And it's solid. Oh, I'm a collector. Some of these tabs are vintage, man. Some of these tabs are basically family. Vampire Survivors is a good game, for sure. Anyone remember the Jerky Boys movie? This band was in that. They're the band, like, towards the end, where, like, Ozzy Osbourne's their manager. My boys better sound good, you know what I'm saying? You hear me? Like, I can't do Ozzy Osbourne's voice, but you know what I'm saying. Like, come on. Yeah. Hey, Rubberneck. Like, yeah, dude, honestly, I love that movie. It's so good. Open your fucking ears, jackass. Like, dude, yeah. Dude, such a solid film. Hey, liver lips, you know? Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm silly that way. You know, like, it's just so good. The fact that the actors are the actual guys is even better. For the longest time, I thought the main dude was Sean Astin. I was like, man, he's got range. I totally thought that was Sean Astin. I 100% thought that was Sean Astin in the Jerky Boys movie. Damn, dude's got range. Damn, dude's got range. First he's Rudy, then he's the dude in the Jerky Boys. Oh my god, what can't he do? Like, dude. Yeah. Young me. What is Sky Funnel? Diogenes. Here's the project. For some reason, I see Diogenes. I know that's like a reference, but for some reason, I think. Why do I think of like Shadow of the Hegemon? Is Diogenes the name that like Ender's sister went by? No, I know they're a philosopher. I'm feeling like that's also a reference to like one of those like Ender's Game books. Like the post Ender's Game like series, like the first 3 books or whatever. There's like the side books. And I feel like Ender's sister used the name Diogenes in one of those books. I haven't thought about that shit in ages. But yeah. Nicely done. I like the name. Yeah, like the first is a classic. It's actually like really amazing. But man, like the second 2 books are amazing. Oh, Demosthenes. Sorry, you're right. I was mixing it up. Damn it. That's totally it. Demosthenes, not Diogenes. My bad. I'm so sorry for the mix up. Yeah, you're totally right. Totally right. Fuck. I haven't read those in ages. But yeah, nah. Yeah, I was wrong. Demosthenes. Yeah, that was it. They were good books, though. Despite Orson Scott Card sucking as a human being, right? Like, no, we can separate the art from the artist. I can still watch IT Crowd knowing that Graham Linehan sucks. We can totally do that. It's fine. You can enjoy IT Crowd and still accept that Graham Linehan sucks. It's kind of a shame, but whatever. And yeah, Stack Overchill. What is your like reference to this song? Is it just the song, or is it the movie Real Genius, where this is like the closing credits song? Because to me, this song is just simply a reminder of how awesome the movie Real Genius is. But yeah, let's get back to making this little bit of content work. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, my dad used to play a lot of so my dad used to put me to sleep with Doobie Brothers. So, yeah, Black Water still makes me sleep. Um but my dad used to play Pat Benatar all the time. Because he was into the guitar riffs, but also like, no, that shit shreds. But yeah, Dataful. You had a question about Zod? And you probably learned it from this channel. I mean, we chat about it all the time. Zod's a really good tool. Yeah, for sure. I know the dude that made it, and he's fucking really fun to golf and do other stuff. Like, yeah, he's awesome. Like, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, Colin from Zod, he's one of my favorite people here in the Seattle area for sure. But yeah, no worries, Dataful. Did you get the job? And yeah, dude, I'm not teaching anything. If you gain something from it, though, I'm really stoked on that. I'm just here to rant and build stuff. Ranting mostly, but building stuff happens too. Sometimes. If you gain something from it, that's even better. Hey, what's up, Exo? Yeah, we're going super late. I know, right? We should be gaming by now. What the fuck, man? All right. So we said we wanted to alternate. What's something crunchy we can play now? What's something good and crunchy? Here we go. Crunchy enough. Hmm. Okay, we'll do this. No, I get it. Yeah. So we'll do this. Okay, there we go. Wait, really? Like their event was okay, so now it's in sync. All right. There you go, XL. That's the main thing we're working on. So create a keyword is wrong. We got to fix the title and all that shit. Yeah, no worries, EXO. Yeah, for sure, man. Ooh, and Surly, you mentioned you're heading to a conference. What is the conference? Ooh, and I missed a follow. Diogenes, I caught that, but Super Vinci. Welcome. How you doing? DDD Southwest. I feel like you went to the same one last year, right? You went to that exact same one last year. I remember chatting about that. No, I don't feel like listening to Black Hole Sun. I love the song, but no. Ooh, we mentioned Deftones earlier. This isn't even my favorite song on the album, but this one's good. So wait, which one are you? If you don't mind doxing yourself, are you the one just looking at your phone right here? Come on, man. Pay attention. Is that really you? Oh, no way. Come on, I was bullshitting. Wait, are you the other guy looking at his phone? Like, what? Come on, man. Come on, man. No, is that you right there? Dude, I love putting like a almost a face to a name. Oh, that's cool, Surly. Thank you for doxing yourself a little bit. Like, I appreciate that, dude. Oh no, you're saying that's you. Okay. Yeah, no worries, man. No, that's cool, man. Thank you for sharing that. You really have like the worst seat in the house though, right in front of that pillar. Damn, that sucks, dude. Could you even see? I know, a face for the other mod. Like, yeah, no, that's cool, man. Thank you for doxing yourself a little. I appreciate that, man. Was it actually a good view? It's just a bad like camera angle. I get it. No, it seems cool, man. Yeah, enjoy the show, dude. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna get my passport here soon. Like, I have to get my fancy driver's license here soon. It's the same shit to get my passport, so yeah, I just got to do that part too, and then maybe I can do a UK conference. The 10x hat? Oh, wait. I mean, I don't have Instagram. I don't look at Instagram. I've never considered looking at Instagram. I went to a like an influencer event last night and everybody has an Instagram but me. I can't support anything Zuckerberg does at this point. Nah, no thank you. He's just Elon Musk light. Like I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Like I just can't do it. No, no, Zuck is basically just Elon Musk, but he's fit. Like, that's the only difference. Oh, yeah, yeah, no, that'd be cool. There's Surly. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, keep an eye out for CFPs. Yeah, I'll be getting my passport here soon. I've been meaning to for like 6 months, but I'm slacking. Like, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Oh, there you go. It's literally a 10x hat. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. I like it. Oh, wait, do you have two 10x hats? I believe that makes you 20x, right? Come on, slow down. Save room for the rest of us. Well, he'd have to have 10 of them for that. Come on, it's math. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, was he stoked? Yeah, I feel bad. I never see him stream anymore, but I just think it's a time of day thing. He streams hours that I'm not on Twitch. It's just so crazy that he's like one of the OG triple triples, you know? Like he's just yeah. He absolutely has a place in the space. I hope he doesn't feel like he doesn't. As an example, do you remember the dude from Twilio? Glasses, like short shaved head. I'm forgetting his name right now for some reason. Do you remember who I'm talking about though? Like he's one of like the early like OGs, you know? You know who I'm talking about. Come on. You've been on Twitch long enough. You know who I'm talking about. I'm spacing on his name. And that's my bad. But I got to see him at TwitchCon last year, and it was a shame because he felt like he didn't belong. Chef Brent, yes, absolutely, dude. That dude, he's a pillar. He absolutely belongs, but he didn't feel like it, and I consider that kind of sad. Like he does. He belongs more than anyone. Yeah, like I don't know. That kind of bums me out, right? The fact that like the old school people don't feel like they have a place anymore. Nah, man. There's always a place. What happened to Rox? I don't think he was getting what he wanted out of streaming, which is fine. I think he's still enjoying what he's doing and he's happy. So that's all that matters. I have not heard Rox say that. Oh, if you're saying Chef Brent, yes, Chef Brent literally said he doesn't feel like he belongs anymore. I tried to bring him up to like the Theo Primogen whatever like rooftop party, and he didn't even want to try when he totally deserved to be there. Brent said that. Yeah, for sure, man. And I tried to make him feel included, but, you know, I had a party to go to, and I was a little shit faced. But yeah, I tried my best to let him know that he was more than welcome. Like, I'd go to bat for him. I'd figure it out. I would have gotten the other guys to bring him in. For sure, dude. He had a place there if he wanted. He just didn't want to, like, deal with it, I think. And that's fine. But he deserved to be there. And yeah, hold on. This song. No. That song's for when I'm on a date. If I'm going to sing karaoke on a date, I'm going to sing In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel. That's the deal sealer. That's the, oh, you were on the fence? Yeah. You're taking me home tonight. I'm not going to play that one for y'all. We'll play something else. All right, so this isn't quite as crunchy. You know, like modern versus 80s. That's like the dichotomy we're doing. Dude, yeah, Chef Brent's awesome. He's a good dude. Like, I remember when I was first starting, he was holding it down. He helped build the category, you know? He absolutely deserved to be there. So, yeah. Hopefully he goes again next year. He's awesome. Yeah, for sure, man. I tried to make him recognize that, but you know, I'm not gonna try and convince someone. I'm not that person. But no, Brent's awesome. He's a good dude. All right, so we got the fade out of sync, but yeah, I think that's a good fade, right? Yeah, no worries, Stack Over Chill. Yeah, have a good night, man. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. How do we feel about this as a placeholder? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, dude. Surly. No worries, man. Yeah, cheers. And dude, yeah, next time you see Brent, he absolutely deserves to be like picked up, man. Like, yeah, don't troll Brent. He doesn't deserve it. Like, he's an OG. Right? Him, Robert Tables, fucking Fritz. They represent the old guard in a really cool way. That none of them deserve any trolling. Twitch is a little fickle, right? As far as viewers go, etc. Yeah, Lil Bobby Tables. No, he's a good dude. For sure, man. No, and I get it, right? But, right, the banter. Banter does still hit in a way that you don't necessarily think it does. If that's the only interaction you have with someone, it still means something, you know? So at least be sincere half of the time. If you're only ever giving someone shit, that's the only thing they know you by. And there's value to just being sincere. And I say this as a person who was always the person giving people shit. I've moved on past that. I try not to give people shit. Every once in a while, I find myself going back to being that person who just gives people shit, and I regret it every time. Right? I enjoy my life better when I'm boosting people up. It's so easy to tear people down, you know? And even if you mean it well, even if you're like, if you think they get it, right? It's just better if you're the person that makes people stoked to hang out with you rather than making them question it. Yeah, for sure. It's usually not worth it to be the shit talker. I'm negative enough. I don't need to do it in fun or in jest. I can be negative just as me. The other times, I should be overly positive. Sincerely. But I have a hard time expressing sincerity. I think that's something I've learned from streaming. I had a friend for a long time that would say, like, I've never seen you laugh. I know I've laughed, but the fact that that's their impression of me is something I gotta work on, you know? Like, being sincerely positive, it's a conscious effort for me. It's not something that comes naturally. But it's something I should absolutely put the effort into. If that makes sense. Oh, it stings massively. Because this is one of the people that I considered the closest I've ever been to another human being. Besides family. And the fact that they would say this on a regular basis Shit. Yeah, that means I'm just a guarded individual, and I don't need to be. You lose nothing by being sincerely happy for people. Even if it's not your default, you can do it. Right? So yeah. Just, yep, just saying. All right. So, what I think we're at real quick is we can uncomment what we got right now with this setter. Right? We'll refresh. We'll load in way too much data because we're not paginating yet. We click into something and it loads. That feels pretty good to me, right? The title and description, no, those are shit. And in fact, we can just get rid of the header there. Oh, damn. I was going to switch it up. No, this song's good. Yay. How much does it cost to pull the data? Nothing. Because data ingest is free, and this is a WebSocket I'm listening to. Yeah, almost every cloud provider ingest is free. So listening to a WebSocket's free. So if I get rid of that, so so this feels pretty good, right? Like you're clicking around, you click into one of these. Damn, there's a lot of fucking spam bots out there, dude. This is crazy. Like, we're just seeing a bunch of fucking spam bots. It sucks that there are people trying to profit and scam the Gaza shit, dude. God, dude, the bots fucking suck, man. Fucking scammers, dude. They ruin everything, man. Dude, they're just such trash. I mean, just exploiting every single thing they see. Literal garbage human beings, dude. Just the worst. Scalpers and scammers are the same fucking people. That shit sucks. All right, so here's our next steps for tomorrow, because I think we're at a good time to wrap up. You click a thing that marks it as red. If you want to ignore it, well, yeah, you can also mark it as red. And then we end up wanting to have a new versus red selector. We should also start doing search and pagination. Only trying to be nice. Didn't mean to turn you on. All right, so let me go pour some more water. I fucking love this song, by the way. Like, dude, Robert Palmer. Super good. But yeah, we made some really good progress today. Despite the rants, despite the arguments. Yeah, I think some of our filtering and pagination stuff is the main thing to do tomorrow. And then, holy shit, like, we got linear stuff to do. Like, I'm going to say, once we got that done, we'll call this feature done, and then we got other features to do. Yeah, then we got all this other stuff. I think we might move user and org settings up, just because wiring up email and SMS is like super boring. The Slack support is going to be huge though. So yeah, let me go pour some more water. BRB, one sec. And yeah, like email and SMS deliverability are big. But you know what? I think making OAuth work via the platforms we want to support would actually be bigger. GitHub, Microsoft. Yep. All right, so I think those are the order in which we want to do these things, right? The OAuth platforms take precedence over email and SMS, but that's because they're quick. But honestly, email and SMS should be pretty quick too. Yeah. It's actually crazy to me. Like, I think we're close to finishing this up. And Laura Panini, thank you. Yeah, it's a solid hoodie. Where's the beef? Here's the beef. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. But we are, oh my God, 9 hours into stream. 9 hours. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'll be here tomorrow. I tend to start stream at 1 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see if I can start tomorrow. I got to do some other shit before I start stream tomorrow. But we should go figure out who we go raid, because someone's streaming right now, right? Who's streaming right now? Who do we even go raid? Like, I don't even know, man. Well, we see Danny Sem killing it, as always. Ooh, I thought Psycor was going. Wait, aren't they? Did I just miss it? Are you kidding me? Why do I not see Psycor? Oh, there we go. I just missed it. Damn, he's taking a deep old pull off the fucking volcano or something. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go raid Psycor. He's a good dude. He's watching some Jujutsu Kaisen, but he'll be playing some Black Desert here in a little bit. No, and I get it there, Bob. I appreciate the recommendation. Psycor raids the gaming stream like all the time. He's a good supporter. He's a really good dude. You know? He's a really good dude. I have no idea what the hell he's watching. It's some anime. Looks good. I don't watch enough anime. But I just want to double check with him he's okay with the raid at the moment, because, I don't know, when I'm watching some shows over on gaming stream, like co-working, it's not the best time to raid me. But while I'm gaming, like, yeah, bring the raids. So we'll go say hi to Psycor. He's a great dude. Hope you guys enjoy hanging out with him. Everyone on the YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a good long stream, like just fun stuff, but we got shit done. We got a lot of shit done today, actually. Like, I'm really proud of it. I'm extremely proud of how much we got done today. There's always more to do, and that's why we'll be here tomorrow. But yeah. So everyone here on Twitch, everyone on the YouTube, thank you for hanging out. YouTube, I'm gonna bid you farewell first. So have a good night. Later. I'll see you guys tomorrow.